tab muted. And I just started a restream if that's okay.
No problem. I just said, how are you doing, sir,
Oh, I'm
today?
well. I'm well. Blessings. Grateful, thankful, and blessed, sir.
Good stuff.
Oh,
How about
awesome.
how
So,
about y'all gentlemen? How are you
what,
doing?
what? I'm doing okay. London, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm well. I'm good, man. I'm just here chilling with Natch. I was working on part 12 before I jumped up here, so I took a little break, a little smoke break, chill out. I'll probably be jumping off in the next few minutes or so. Get back to work.
Yeah,
Awesome.
they're
Hey, Pineal.
go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You
We're gonna
first.
ask. Yeah, I was just gonna say they're calling me the gatekeeper of this Francis Key, the intel on this Francis Key. So a couple people, well, one in particular, but a couple people were mentioning that based on my like this PowerPoint I put together. It's not really even a PowerPoint. It's on Word. It's a Word document, but I inserted all these pictures and visuals and whatnot, and then of course the decoding the gematria, not just gematria, date durations, and also some very interesting history of the bridge. Someone pointed out in my chat. I know London knows Don Macron. He pointed out some interesting optics with how the royal family visited the port just not so long ago, a few years ago. And it's like if you see a picture of what this uh, area of this entry area of the port looks like, I mean, it looks just decrepit. It looks so worn down and dirty. It's like, what business would the royal family have going to such a place? You know what I mean? Other than to perfectly script uh, a very important ritual right pre-eclipse and synced up with the sinking of the Titanic. Of course, Francis Key Bridge collapsed 111 years, 11 months, and 11 days exactly after the Titanic. Another ship
Yeah,
ritual involving the
very,
collapse of the financial system, changing of the power
absolutely.
structure.
Yep. And then here again, the bridge opened on March 23rd, 1977, which is nearly almost exactly to the day of 47 years. And that's what I wanted to ask you because you are, I would consider, knowledgeable about the number 47. So, would you care to elaborate a little bit about 47 for us in terms of gematria terms and meaning and such?
Sure. I mean, and it's synced up with the ritual also. But yeah, I mean, to keep it simple, right? There's 47 degrees on the Masonic compass, right? Um, Government equals 47. Government, authority, Democrat, Republican, uh, the cabal, two parties, all these things equal 47. On and on and on. It keeps going. Foundation, what the Masons prize themselves, as having. So yeah, and then the reverse of 47, you could say is important too, in many ways. Jesus, 47, who spoke in parables, 47, brought the gospel, 47, or 74, sorry. Jesus, 74, who brought the gospel, 74. They called him the Messiah, 74. Gospel, parables, Messiah, Lucifer, 74. Masonic, 74. The inverse of 47. So yeah, if you just type in Masonic, you'll see the 74. But yeah, 47. So government authority, uh, Democrat, Republican, two parties, the cabal. There you go, reverse reduction. Well, you have to take out, each word itself equals, yeah, each word itself equals 47 on its own.
Yep. So government is 47, and then what? Masonic?
Well, Masonic would be the inverse, would be 74. But
74.
right.
Right.
But yeah, government,
And Jesus is what?
authority. Yep, Jesus
Jesus is
also,
74.
like Lucifer. Yep. I'm not saying Jesus is Lucifer, guys, but I'm also not saying that's not possible. So, um,
Hmm.
I don't claim to know the ultimate
Lucifer
truth
is
on the Jesus character.
74. God was what? God is not in here.
26,
So that's
like
not part of
26
it.
letters in the alphabet.
Uh-huh. Yes. 26. Okay. Interesting. And then there's 47 degrees I mentioned on the Masonic compass as before. So yeah, there's something quite interesting going on with the number 47 or the opposite number 74, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see it as a coincidence that it's the inverse, right? Because what seems to be more of like the divine side of it, right? If Jesus really was this figure that so many want to elevate him to be, then it would make sense that the inverse of all things manufactured and industrialized and government, again, government authority, Democrat, Republican, on and on and on. It's no wonder that the inverse of that would be Jesus, parables, loose, gospel, Messiah. You know what I mean? It's almost like it almost seems like the lighter and the darker side of the number, and we know they reverse and invert and pervert everything. So, um, yeah.
So do you think that this event was planned or by accident? And if you think it was if it was planned, what is the motive behind it, in your opinion?
So that port was a very important port for extremely commonly used necessities, sugar, EV car parts. Um, Basically, what had led just at the end of last year, Biden and there was an infrastructure bill or part of the infrastructure bill that was passed, if I'm not mistaken, included they basically want to have Baltimore on complete electro. Uh, what do you call it? The EV cars or not EV cars? What are they called? The Let me see here if I still have this tab open. Let me see here. Yeah, in my opinion, they want to get Baltimore up and running with the smart city agenda. That's kind of taking place in a lot of places now. I'm kind of trying to keep up with the chat too, so I'm doing three things at once, which isn't usually good. This is the kind of stuff rulers like their subjects discussing. I mean, I could see how you could see that, you know, but it's good to, in my opinion, get to the bottom of why things are happening, not just how they happened and who's behind it, but why they're happening and what the plans are going forward after the event. So yeah, I think it's pretty obvious that in a lot of places, we saw what happened in Maui, we saw what happened in Chile, we saw what happened in Texas. We saw I mean, it's just on and on and on. I mean, if you want to go back years ago, not so current, I mean, Paradise with the fires, it's nothing new that, them building back better is just because they put a new name on it to sound trendy. They've been doing this shit forever. So they've been burning down everything forever. So, oh yeah, there you go. From Truth Mafia, yeah, bridge collapse equals 128, smart city equals 128. Indeed. White Lion, the ship from Leave the World Behind equals 128. Yep. Maryland equals 128. Yep. I got that all in my decode. So, I guess, I mean, I could pull up my decode. I just don't know if there's a way to, because it's not a, oh yeah, I would just go to window and then,
Hey Natch, I'm gonna jump off, bro. I'm gonna get some work done before
All
I
right.
might add later. But thanks for having me,
Thanks for
bro.
dropping by. And yeah, lay low. Take care. See you
hmm
later.
Much
lay
love,
low.
bro.
Peace,
Lay
homie.
low, fellas. Peace out.
All right.
Oh, Demon Slayer, big up. I see you down there. Much love.
Yeah, it's strange. I can't seem to, it doesn't,
Do you know how to screen share it, or is it not happening, or what's going on over there?
I can screen share my entire screen, but for some reason I can't share it as like just the window. But I guess I could share my entire screen. Let me see here. Give me a minute to switch tabs.
Let me know when you want me to add it on stage. More than happy to. Let's see. Yeah, so welcome, Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is doing good work on the internet, basically exposing the narcissists and demons that is running amok within these communities. So I have a lot of respect for him and the work that he does. So if people want to go and check out his channel, you are more than welcome to. I basically mod up everybody that I know. If you're not modded, that doesn't mean I hate you or something. I just don't know much about you. I need to see more comments from you. I need to see, how you are functioning within the chats with others, and then I am more than happy to mod you up. If you are downright a troll or somebody that I am actually not a big fan of, then most likely I will not mod you. So that's kind of how it's working over here, over at my channel. All right, are you ready to share?
Yeah, so I was just gonna
Want me
comment
to put it?
to Saddle Bum in the chat there, but I don't know if I comment on the StreamYard side, it doesn't go through, right? To the No, it doesn't. Okay, I just checked. I knew that already. I'm asking a rhetorical. That's for Saddle Bum right there. Matthew 24:22 uh, ref, refers to time being shortened, right? And
Hmm.
Saddle Bum pointed out, there's 2,422 days between the two eclipses. 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days. Um, which of course is just another coincidence, obviously.
Right, right. So many coincidences. It's hard to sift through them all, really.
So yeah, I'm ready here. Let me see. Let me put this up here. Let me blow it up a little bit too. So, oh wait, why is it not here now? Let me see something. Oh, it is. Okay. So Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse, World War III ritual decoded. So I had it as, I don't know why it's not here now, but Pope Francis Scott Key Bridge is what I want to call it, because Pope Francis holds the keys, right? On the Vatican flag, there's
Right.
two keys. They make an X.
Hmm.
What are we about to see? We're about to see the eclipse. That's going to make an X over the country. Well, from the last eclipse to this one, it draws an X. X marks the spot, like how Neuralink's logo is an X, like how Twitter just changed to X. A lot of things are X, like how DMX died the same day as Lil Nas X's birthday, who was born in
This is the
1999.
year of the X. This is the
Right,
year of the X.
correct.
Disease X, Planet X, the X in the eclipse, all kinds of X's this year.
Yeah, you hit it on the head. So if I switch tabs, it'll. Oh yeah, okay. So let me not do that then. See, that's the thing. I like to see good comments that might relate to like what I'm presenting, but I'll have to just, I guess, go through it, and then maybe you could unscreen it for a minute. So when you want to make comments or whatever. I mean, this is your channel after all, so I don't want to. You just tell
Yeah,
me
yeah.
what.
So I mean, just you tell me when you want it on screen or on screen or whenever you want.
Okay.
Do you
All
want
right.
to?
So
Do
yeah.
you want me to put it back up?
No, no, no. You're good. So like I says here, wait until you realize that Blind 11 wasn't the only inside job. And you can see the Broken Bridge here by Dolly. He wrote the book The Dream of the Broken Bridge, or The Dream and the Broken Bridge. And I found some very interesting connections with Dolly, the Dolly Museum in Tampa, synced up with the ritual. Synced up with the eclipse and the ritual. But here you go. So the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed exactly 111 years, 11 months, and 11 days after the Titanic sank. And in Gematria, Francis Key equals 111. And that time span is
Oh, wow.
also, yeah. And also Key died on 1/11, allegedly. So they say. So that right there in and of itself should be enough to be like, okay, I've never heard of whatever this gematria thing is, but tell me more. You know what I mean? That right there off the bat should tell you something's going on here, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
for sure.
So that time span is
That's
also 40,888 days, and Francis Key also equals 48. And in numerology and in gematria, etc., you drop the zero. Zero's null, right? So go ahead. You were going to say something, my fault.
No, no, no. You're good, but like this is really amazing information. I really enjoy this kind of stuff because, like, like when I look at information like this, I think some like high level. You have to be like high functioning savant, like to be able to come up with this kind of stuff. Like, what I mean,
Right.
like to be able to coordinate all this. like in this way, because like who would be able to think in this way? Who would be able to like say, okay, we're gonna do this in this day, and everything's gonna all match up, and all these numbers are gonna match up. I mean, it's got to be perfect in the way you execute all these planned events. It has to be like right on the money, you know?
Yeah, it's almost like they have it all figured out. It's almost like they have the divine code, the universal code, these, the key to the universe, if you will, mapped out to a T. It's almost like that's the case. And by almost like, I'm being a little pedantic, if that's a proper word. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think they've got the information that goes back before ancient Egypt, Sumeria, probably before Sumeria. Who knows how far back. So
Yeah.
it's called a cult for a reason. It's hidden for a reason. So the power in the hands of the few, right?
Yeah. So I don't really fully follow the narrative of ancient Egypt or ancient Sumeria myself. I think those are also kind of made up. But in my personal opinion, that the powers that be, certainly they have they're coordinating a lot of stuff. So Pineal, if you don't mind, I'm gonna derail the conversation by bringing somebody up. I'm gonna give you a chance,
Oh, do it.
Snafu, and then please conduct
Yeah, I'll
yourself.
answer.
You know what's going to happen, but let's see what you have to say. This is your second shot over here. I'm probably going to ban you if you go sideways today.
Oh man, you got this,
Vehemently. So
Snaps. You got this. Yield a little.
Of course you're gonna ban. You're a Nazi.
No, you got this, Snaps. I have
Well, I mean,
faith.
my
yeah.
issue with Nacho Quifa is him supporting pedophiles and fucking trying to discredit my work.
But
And
let's
he's
let's 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 look at that word support more.
how
Hold
about
on,
you
let's look
tell
at that
me
word.
how much you defend Monograph now? Keep telling me how much you defend pedophiles and optics of pedophilia. Because you went hard in the pen. Why do you think me and you had issues in the first place? Oh, but I came here to tell you from Daddy, when are you going to start doing lives constantly and, build this broadcast to something? Since you said you were never going to broadcast, but you're doing what everyone else is doing. What do they say they're not going to do, but now you're doing?
Who are you talking to? Are you talking to me or Pineal?
Who else am I talking to? Are you? And yes, you are a
I didn't
Nazi. Look at all
understand.
your blue. Everyone in your chat is literally Nazi'd up.
Okay. Is that all? I'm just giving
No,
you
tell
space
us
to
about your
speak. Go
support for
ahead and speak
pedophiles.
your mind.
Monograph. Can you tell us about your support for pedophiles, Nacho Quifa?
Let me ask you something, Snaps. Do you really, truly, in your heart, not in your head, do you really think that Nachiketa?
Yeah, he fucking defended Monograph with ruthlessness. And then he
Well, what if
fucking
what
cut
what if
the
what
flow
you say about
just to join the fucking
Monograph?
bandwagon legion. But he tried to discredit the work that we've done and whistleblowers' lives who are in danger because of these criminal racketeering rings that we've been exposing. And that's what I thought was interesting because Nacho Quifa is one. Notice Rose backed off real quick. I laughed that Z thinks Rose smashed me. That's hilarious. I text Rose the other day. No, she didn't smash
Do you
Snafu.
think
She's starting
Rose
to do her
slept
own
with you?
research, I
What's going
feel.
on now?
My whole thing is Nacho opened his mouth, went completely hardcore on defending pedophile racketeering rings without doing his little research. Fucking multiple times opened his mouth for Monograph, and I'm just curious why. Do you like children chained on walls presenting rape, old men with their lamb mask? Is that something you're okay with? You defended him pretty,
Snaps
fiercely.
directed the Sound of Freedom. Holy shit! Oh man, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh man. Here's the thing: if what you say is true about Monograph is true, um, what if certain people haven't seen enough evidence to, get on
Gets
that side of?
around and out there knowingly at this point that, I mean, again, on court record, he fucked a honeydew. Let's not get it wrong. It wasn't a watermelon honeydew. Fact is, this
But
guy's freaky bullshit has been
that?
around for a long
What's wrong
time.
with what's
Nacho
wrong with
Quifa wants to come in the scene, discredit everything the crew and the Truth Deal puts out, and defend a pedophile. He wonders why I called him out for the optics I called him
Okay,
out for.
wait,
I always,
Snap.
always never really had issues with Nacho Quifa until he started defending Monty relentlessly, and then I saw him him join the Flow Club and all that bullshit. And
All right,
that's my
forget the,
issue with Nacho Quijo here.
the
And I was surprised when I started seeing him stream because he always told everyone, "This is not what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do a YouTube channel. I'm not going to do a YouTube channel." Well, that's fine. I support your YouTube channel, your digital experience. But what it is, I know you're a Nazi. I see your mods. I see who you click up with. My issue with him is he's defending pedophiles, criminal racketeering rings, fucking
okay,
pogo.
so Nacho Kida is supporting criminal racketeering rings. Is that what you're saying right now?
Well, he went into depth of how Monograph is this great person and innocent, and Snafu Snaps is so discreditable. But I'm not the one fucking honeydews in court and chaining children's on walls and presenting fantasy of rape, on children, But the guys that Flo and Nacho Quifa defend do that, right? They do those messaging of rape and fantasy. But see, I'm the bad guy here while they defend this guy who's involved in more nefarious shit online than most understand. And I always thought Nacho Quifa wouldn't open his mouth about shit he doesn't know, but he obviously did.
This is what I
And
think,
I've been on him since.
Mr. Matthew. I think in reality, at heart, you're actually in your heart's in more ways than not, in the right place. But yeah, like what our poll said, and I granted I can be kind of adult myself at times, but I do think in a way what's the word? You lean into it a little bit too much to where you're actually trying to.
Bro, you got chickens with their heads cut off because you're
Oh,
exposing
I believe it.
criminal
Like,
racketeering sex ring. You know
I've
what chicken stands for, right? Little kid in that
right,
criminal world.
right.
Whistleblowers with chickens with their heads cut off. Even the crazy ones that I don't fuck with anymore, Mystic them, have had chickens cut off at their doorstep. Same with crew members of our own, LCJC, others. Again, we work with one of the biggest militias in the United States or the world, and they fucking know what some of these criminal racketeering with big tech involved. When Nacho Quifa sat here running his fucking mouth, I fuck around with a lot of you guys. I talk a lot of shit. I make a lot of shit. I act a character and a fool sometimes. But those who know what the real deal is, digital experience, and what's going on, have an understanding of the truth, and understand maybe my wax cold heart, as you say. But when I get people like Nacho Quifa defending these criminals, traitors, and pedophiles relentlessly, and then cupcake into people like Flow State, who's completely involved, it just is interesting optics.
Yeah, I get how you could see that.
Hey,
I mean,
well, thank you very much for your time, Snafu.
Yeah,
I
notice the
appreciate your
deflection. Notice
views.
the
And one
deflection.
second, please, please, when I'm speaking, mute up. I appreciate your views, and you had your opportunity to share your perspective, and talk to you later. All
Well,
right.
you don't wanna talk about you supporting pedophiles.
ay, 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 ay. Come on, Snaps. This is what I think. This is what I feel. It's like, why not go at it at a.
Whoop. I don't know what happened to Pineal. I did not boot you. You are welcome to come back. Uh, Snafu has some kind of a weird uh, ideas in his head. Not only so, but he also seems to have some access to technology where he can find people's IP addresses and stuff like this and mess around with you. Pineal, if you are out there, please come back. Otherwise, um, you know, this is to me completely insane. Because like the way I think about it is that if you're gonna accuse somebody of being a PDF, I don't care who, somebody online or myself or whatever, what evidence do you have? So, from before Snafu was saying like, well, I support PDF and PDF activities because of what? Because Snafu was going hard on this guy by the name of Montegraph. If people do not know who Montegraph is, I will share his channel. Okay. Uh, and Montegraph is an older gentleman, and he's been around these truther streets for some time. And the thing is, he did make a video called the Umbrella Man a number of years ago. Let's see, Umbrella Man, IMDb, and in that movie, uh, I guess it was back in 2016. Is this the movie? let's see. This could be the movie, or maybe it's another movie. I think this is the right movie right here. So this is the movie that he did, and there were some scenes in the movie where a an actress was tied up or something like this, and you can go over to Flow State's channel. I don't remember which episode, but Montegraph is on there, and he basically was explaining the situation, and the lady who played her role was an adult already when that movie was being played, and there's some weird YouTube video about a Montegraph making a head out of a cantaloupe or water dew. I don't remember exactly what. And but thing is, the bottom line is, if you're going to accuse anybody of PDF, you're going to have to come up with some really convincing evidence, and your word or anybody else's word is just hearsay and nothing more. It's not evidence. And so when you call me or anybody of supporting PDF, well, that is for some people fighting words. You would not say that to my face, most likely. And even if you did, and crazy enough to do that, then you have to accept the consequences thereof. And in this metaversal reality, that people can get hurt. In physical. Like, what if you were spreading some lies about me, as an example, and then you found out where I live, and then you were telling everybody, "Hey, this person is supporting PDF, blah blah blah." And then somebody crazy enough in that local area will go around, "Hey, I saw evidence. I saw somebody accusing you of supporting PDF stuff." Now what's going to happen? You're going to only create problems for people. So you are an agent, provocateur, if I can spit that out of there. And you are causing trouble within the community. You are sowing, discord among the people. And if anybody knows who I am, really down to my heart, they know that I'm not a PDF nor a PDF supporter. There was one incident. I'm going to share this with people. I used to support an orphanage when I was in Nepal, and it was a small orphanage. Maybe they had 30 kids or so. They had an incident with some guy who came from Belgium or Switzerland. I don't remember exactly, one of these European countries, and they didn't want to tell me about it. And I like really I asked them, like, what happened? Something serious must have happened, and they said basically this guy was trying to touch one of the girls, like, who was 10, 11 years old, in the wrong way. Now that boiled my blood, and they knew not to tell me, because I would have found out wherever he was staying, and I would have beat the shit out of him. I don't care if I go to jail. I don't care if the Nepalese police take me to their shithole. It doesn't fucking matter. These kids are the kids that I was supporting myself, as much as I possibly could. Making not none of the businesses, and this is during earthquake time and stuff like this. And some bozo from Europe thinks that he can just take advantage of some third world country kid, because he's, I don't know, from one of these countries. He's going to have a wrong sense of what the hell is going on. Now, do I think there's any kind of justice that's going to be expected from the Nepalese government or the police? No, not at all. That's why I would do what I do, what I say I would do. So that's the kind of person that I am, and that's the kind of person I will continue to be, in terms of trying to protect the innocent from the predators of this world. And snafu, you are not helping the cause by spreading lies and defaming people. It only hurts yourself and your case even more. So that's just the facts about what everybody within the community will see. And that's why I give you the ropes, enough rope for you to be able to expose yourself if people didn't know already about this character. So that being said, we're gonna leave it there. Pineal, are you back with us? How are you doing?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. It was probably the government or something. I don't know what happened. No, it was me actually. I accidentally closed the StreamYard tab. My fault.
No worries, no worries. So let's go back to the conversation, because insanity is there's no shortage of insanity in this world, as we know. So
Well, to
if
be
we
in
just continue to dissect,
yeah, yeah. To be insane to be within sanity in an unsane world, I think is reasonable. You know, again, maybe I'm just getting too etymological with it, but that's a word it's another one of those words just like good morning, you know, hello. I don't like saying oh hell, or I don't think I'm mourning anything here. I think all these words to me are just reverse engineering, disempowering parts of the playbook that is the English language. Not that the English language is the only one that's been orchestrated in such a way to disempower the masses, but anyway, I digress. Let me see here. So yeah, well, where did we leave off on the presentation? I think I was just
Yeah,
getting
you were
started.
sharing your screen, and you were talking about all these coincidental numbers that were seemingly popping up. You know, Pope Francis key, the X's, and
Right.
the 1111s that are popping up. You know, and if you wanted to share that screen again, I think that would be helpful to us.
Sure. Let's do that. I did spend days on it, so I might as well. Let me see here. Share screen. Entire screen. You know, I wish I didn't have to share the entire screen. Oh, there we go. I figured it out. Yes. So that means now I can switch back and it won't. Yep. So I don't have to be there. I could be on this side and read it from this side. That works.
Yep. Okay.
So yeah, so I covered that part with the Francis key here, being 111 years, 11 months, 11 days after the Titanic allegedly sank, when Francis key equals 111 and Key died on 111. Fantastical
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
coincidences. It's also 40,888 days, and Francis Key also equals 48. So we cover that. Key wrote the Star Spangled Banner, which equals 223, the inverse of 322, and we all know about the 322. 223 is also like BBC, the second and third letter, and Baltimore Bridge collapse, BBC. See that parallel? So,
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Absolutely.
and also SB, like Spangled Banner, is also a lot like Super Bowl. And Alicia Keys
Mm-hmm.
sang
Mm-hmm.
the Star Spangled Banner at the 47th, nonetheless, at the 47th Super
Mm.
Bowl or Supper Bowl or Superb Owl, whatever your preference is.
Superb owl. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So Alicia Keys sang the Star Spangled Banner written by Key at the 47th Super Bowl, when 47 is a number associated with government, foundation, etc. And Francis Key, if I'm not mistaken. I'll get to, there's something Francis Key equals 47. It escapes me, but I think it's in this decode. And she also sang at the last Super Bowl, just what, a month or two ago, where Usher also helped usher in tons of NWO pre-programming, symbolism, etc. Right? And again,
Mm-hmm.
government and
Mm-hmm.
foundation, like I pointed out here, is 47. And the reason for the color coding as well, by the way, is, you know, red, white, and blue, America, and then also black and red for your, you know, Jesuit order, Society of Jesus, or your, you know,
Right.
synagogue of
Right.
Satan or Church of Satan. Kind
Mm-hmm.
of all part and parcel of the same force, I feel.
Yep. Yeah. For sure.
So there's Mr. RV Truth's thumbnail, I think, in the top left. And there's Mr. Decoding with Cody in the middle left. And then Esoteric Knight of Malta in the bottom left. And then Truth Seeker in the bottom right, where we met, Mr. Notch, on Mr. Truth Seeker's channel, if I remember correctly.
That's right. That's
Yep.
right.
So see that synchronicity there. And then Gematria Fake News in the top right, and then Truth Mafia, that with the Leave the World Behind 128 thumbnail right there, and Jacob Israel in the middle right. And then yeah. Anyway, so, and then I think there's another Truth Seeker one here in the bottom middle. But yeah, this Dolly bridge, the Dolly connections are really fascinating to me. It makes me really want to look into the Dolly figure, you know, a little more closely.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Definitely
The
was,
painter
yeah,
Dali.
yeah, definitely was a high occultist. I would imagine, from what I can gather. So
I wouldn't doubt it.
yeah, let's say it's probable. Where are we at? So Pope Francis, right, is the current pope,
Mm-hmm.
aka pontiff. Another name for pope is pontiff, right? And if you translate pontiff, it also means bridge builder. Literally, you could look this one up. You can
Okay.
fact check.
Pontiff.
Yeah, I don't have that tab open, but
Pontiff means bridge builder. Okay. Let me look it up.
yeah, just type in pontiff. I think it should say right there,
Yep.
or type in
Okay.
pope nicknames for pope, and then it'll say pontiff, and then it'll say pontiff is Latin, not Latin.
Well, pontiff, the pope, the bishop, pontifex. In the Wikipedia, let's see. Let me just read it real quickly. The member of the most illustrious of the colleges of priests in the Roman religion. Etymology: the English term derived from the Old French pontiff, from Latin pontifex. The word commonly held to come from the Latin root word pons or bridge, and then facere, to do or to make. So yes, it is the bridge makers, according to the Old French, pont and facere. So you are correct, sir.
Well, thank you. It's good to fact check stuff for the for the audience who might be like, they're going to want to fact check it themselves because it might sound some of this information might be new to some. So or this type
Yep.
of gathering information or decoding it might be new to some. So I would imagine most here are familiar, at least on some level, with this info. So
Yeah, to some level, but I mean, like, I think it's good to be skeptical, but again, all these things are happening, and we cannot deny the correlations. That doesn't mean causation, obviously, right? But
right.
at least there's some kind of connection that is involved here. So it is interesting information, at least to me. I think the audience probably feel the same based on the comments that are being said over here. So continue on with your presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm just dropping the link because a couple people were asking for my link. So there you go. That way, no one else has to do it. I should have to be the one to promote my own channel, I guess, right? So, there you go. There's 3 of them right there. None of them are associated. Oh, look at that. It's 223. How about that for synchronicity? Since I just hit the 220. So yeah, Pope Francis, aka Pope, aka Pontiff, aka Bridge Builder. So this to me, right? This to
Hmm.
me symbolizes the forming, continuing, of course, because it's not just forming. It's been forming for a long time, but forming on newer levels though. The continuing and the bridging, no pun intended, bridging and finalizing in many areas of the 4IR, the Fourth Industrial Revolution. That's a nickname for it. If you're ever curious, if you ever see it around on any WEF videos or any Klaus related stuff, you see that terminology. It's just a nickname for Fourth Industrial Revolution. So yeah, so the
Hmm.
4IR, aka the one world order that's been forming and is finalizing again via order out of chaos or the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So that's how they get their order, right, out of the chaos. I mean, that's literally the modality that they utilize. So
Yep.
yeah, and also the coming one world religion, right? Some would say it's already here. That the Christ, if you look into Chrislam, the merging of Christianity and Islam, it definitely seems to be like that. That's going to be what it is. That being said, I don't know exactly where the Judaism would fit in there in the Judeo-Christian matrix. I don't know where that would fit into the equation, but anyway, so yeah, Francis represents the Vatican, right, which has the key on the flag, like Francis Key Bridge. And again, the keys make an X. I don't think do I have it there? No, I don't have it there, but I think I have it here. Let me see. With the Vatican flag. No, I don't have it here. Anyway, I'm sure a lot of you
I can
know
search for it. I can
yeah,
search.
I'm sure a lot of you know what the Vatican flag looks like. It has 2 keys that make an X. And this is all happening right before the X eclipse. Again, like Notch was saying, it's the year of the X, And what are the real meaning behind? What's the real meaning behind some of these movies? I mean, X-Men, just to name one.
Yeah. I think people can look. I mean, do you want me to share the Vatican flag,
I
or
mean,
are
yeah.
we
So in
good
case I
with
mean, maybe just for a sec, just in case people don't know what it looks like for whatever reason, because they've never looked into this stuff.
Okay, here's the
Outside.
Vatican flag, yellow and the white, and then you can see the two keys very clearly over here, right? That is forming an X, right? It's
Right.
almost like another X over here in the middle where it's tied up, and then you have the crown up here and the cross up there. So how many of this? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 15 of these. I don't
Oh,
know.
that's interesting.
What
That's a
would you
good
call
point.
these? Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that
Yeah.
actually, because 15 and 51 and 15 are huge, quote unquote Illuminati numbers. So, like how the Illuminati was supposedly founded on 5/1 or 1/5, depending on where you're at. Pontiff is my
Hmm. Hmm.
Zoom pronoun. Okay, interesting. I'm just catching up on the chat here. So yeah, as you can see, I got some. Let me see if I can blow this one up here. Oh, you know what? I might have wasted your time. It might be, it might be on here. Let me see. Oh no, it's not. Never mind.
You're not wasting my time at all. This
Okay.
is very fascinating stuff. I'm glad that you spent some time, doing some deep research on this topic, and you're very much familiar with gematria more so than most of us here. So I'm very happy that you're here to share this information with us. So I appreciate you.
Yeah, I do think it's a very important event because, again, there's tons of other bridges that have been collapsing simultaneously and getting very little to no coverage at all. And admittedly, I haven't really had the opportunity yet to look too deep into any of it because I was more so focused on this and also the eclipse. I did a stream on the eclipse last night too, but um, yeah, I plan to look more into some of the other collapses because I'm curious to know how they tie in, right? And I'm sure they do in many ways. So anyway, this meme here in the middle's kind of funny because man, how many of these guys are gone now? You got at least to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure David Rockefeller's gone, rotten piss. Jay
Hmm.
Cunt
Hmm.
Rothscum gone, I'm pretty sure. I mean, as we're told, right? Evelyn Rothschild
Right.
also who just died months ago as well. He died at the end of last year, and then Jay Cunt uh dies in the beginning of this year. So
Yep.
something's happening. The
Yep.
changing, in my opinion, the changing of the guard. Like I said on Mellow I wish I would have called in today. I didn't make it in time. Slept in, but a couple weeks back when I had called in, um, basically that there would be a change. You know, this is all the changing of the guard, and we're going to see some events and rituals that are going to spell that out. They're going to make it completely obvious. And this Francis Key is just a perfect example. Again, you went on his Wikipedia. You kind of gave a breakdown of who he was, right? And again, this is the guy who sang the Star Spangled Banner, for crying out loud. So,
Yeah, he came up with it. Yeah,
let me
he's the
see.
poet behind it.
Right. So, yeah, and then also Prince Philip in the top right there is gone, and he died at 99 years old on the 99th day of the year, 9 months and 9 days before Betty White died at 99 on the last day of the year, New Year's. What was that? New Year's Eve, rather, 2022, if I'm not mistaken. And 9 months and 9 days after Betty White died at 99, which was 9 months and 9 days after Prince Philip died at 99, Queef Elizabeth died. So she was 96, which is kind of like a 9 and a 9 as well.
Yeah.
So, and it was the day before 9/9. But the news, I'm pretty sure, was announced on 9/9.
Hmm. Hmm.
And again, and just to add insult to injury, when Prince Philip died at 99 on the 99th day of the year, DMX, I'm pretty sure, also died. His name's Earl Simmons, which equals 99. And it was also Lil Nas X's birthday, who was born in 1999. DMX,
Crazy.
Lil Nas
Wow.
X. Yeah, X marks the spot.
That's so weird. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like beyond human comprehension how this could all happen. I mean, this is like demonic AI level stuff, you know? I mean, like even if you were a genius, um you couldn't be able to just like coordinate all this, you know?
Yeah, and see, and that's something that like just to cite an example, Zachary Hubbard at Gematria Effect News, he won't really get into like the CERN stuff and whatnot, but I definitely think it ties in a lot of ways, because if you go back to the Da Vinci Code series, right? You had Da Vinci Code, and then you had Angels and Demons, and then Inferno, a movie that was 2 hours and 1 minute long. If you know about the 201, like how Pope lives in Suite 201 and his name equals 201, and the other name for the Suite 201 is Domus Sancta Marte, which equals 201, and on and on and on with the 201. The Jesuit order equals
Mm.
201. So, and then of course, you know, 2 towers became 0, became 1 on that fateful day, 2001, which is like a 201, 2001.
Right.
What was I getting at? Pull me back. I got lost in the 201 sauce there. Oh yeah, CERN, right? So in the movie Angels and Demons, I'm pretty sure it was Angels and Demons, not Inferno. I may
Yeah.
be wrong.
With
Tom
what's his
Hanks.
name? Tom Hanks, yeah.
Good old Tom Hanks. Shout out to Project Cheney for their THC, Tom Hanks Conspiracy, aka THC. That was a good episode. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear they're telling us what's going on in that movie, right? So the first or within the first minutes of the movie, first scene of Angels and Demons, you have a Jesuit priest at CERN. I mean, you can't make
Mhm.
this shit up. It's like that's not random. That's not just a meaningless. You have to connect the dots of what they're trying to spell out here. There is a intermeddling in these places. CERN, probably HARP, probably everywhere, probably DARPA. I mean, they got their tentacles in it all, is the way I see it. And of course, you could say, okay, well, the
Mhm.
Jesuits are just the players for the nobility families, for the black nobility families. All right, I mean, I'm not denying that at all. I think that's the case, actually. So, you know, a lot of them may just be puppets of their master, who may as well be Pepe Orsini, the gray pope, who sits over the black pope, as far as I'm concerned, who sits over the white pope. And there you have your black pope, former black pope, there in the middle, bottom middle, holding the Caesar Borgia picture, who looks strikingly similar to the man right above him, David M. Rothschild. Interesting how much they look alike, wouldn't you say?
Are you talking about the photo in the middle of your picture of
Correct.
that? That's the Black Pope, as far as I'm concerned, right? Who is holding up the picture of Jesus,
That was
or
the
where are you
black.
looking at?
That was the black pope,
That
Adolfo
was the Black
Nicholas.
Pope. Okay,
Right.
so he's no
Before,
longer okay.
right, he passed some years ago, and now it's Adolfo Nicholas. Now it's someone help me out here. I'm blanking out.
Okay, but who does he look like? The guy there? Who does he
So
look like then?
so doesn't the guy above him kind of look a lot like Caesar Borgia, the infamous Jesus depiction that the Black Pope is holding there in his hand?
Oh, okay. Yes.
You see
Okay.
it, right?
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
again, I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
a lot. There's probably millions of white men, long black hair that look like that in the world. Granted, I'll give you guys
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah.
he's
Yeah.
right above him. He's holding it right above him. So it's just strikingly
So what
uncanny.
does it mean? Do you think he is the Antichrist then? That guy that is what David M. Rothschild, is that his name
So I
as
think the
well?
Rothschilds are inbred, are essentially like the genetic. Uh, what would be the wording? I think they're genetically spliced, if you will, with like I think they're Orsini's. I think the Rothschilds are like inbred. Well, they're probably all inbred, but um, I'm trying to think of the right word. I can't articulate, uh, come up with the right word, but they're spliced with they're part DNA of Orsini. So Orsini being more of the pure nobility bloodline, whereas so you have your, I'm sure you are aware you have your 13 black nobility bloodline families, and then you have your more popularly known 13 quote Illuminati quote unquote right families. Rockefeller, Rothschild,
Yeah.
DuPont, Astor, Kennedy, etc.
Yeah,
Right,
like the Kennedys, yeah, and
right,
but like they're not the real ones in power because the real ones are the black nobilities and they go by a different name
right.
completely.
You
And
have
I'm
your
trying to find the
Orsinis,
list.
your Chigis, your Aldo Brandinis, which to me, you have Russell Brand, right? Russell Aldo
The
Brandini,
Fernies.
right? Correct. Let me catch up on the chat here. Is the key not for our trust that they have and didn't give us when we were 21 keys to the door when you're 21? Interesting point.
Okay, I have the list. So the 13 families you think rule the world are the Astors, the Bundys, the Collins, DuPonts, the Freemans, Kennedy, the Lee bloodline, the Onassis, Reynolds, Rockefeller, Rothschild, Russell, and Van Duyn. But the 13 families who actually rule the world are the Borgia, the Breakspear, the Samagla,
Mm-hmm.
Somaglia,
Somaglia.
and
Somaglia.
Orsini, Conti, Chigi, Colonna, Farnese, Medici, Gaetani, Pamphili, Este, and Adobrandini. So they all
Aldobrandini.
sound Italian to me, the
Correct.
actual black
Correct.
nobility,
Correct.
right?
Yep. I mean, you think of all these movies, right? Godfather, Goodfellas, all these mobster movies, how
Hmm.
infamous they are in cinema and beyond cinema. Even people who haven't seen them, honestly, I don't even think I've seen The Godfather in its entirety. Only bits and pieces of a few of them. If I remember correctly, if I have seen it, I didn't remember it. I feel like it's the kind of movie you'd remember seeing. I mean, I have seen Goodfellas. I have seen what's the more current, the Departed. That one was extremely gory. They had to
Yeah.
step up the gore for the
Casino,
Casino. I've seen Casino. Yep. So I really got to watch Godfather. I'm behind, but um, yeah, I think
Goodfellas.
Goodfellas. Yep. I think these are all depictions of how it really is, and I think those at the top. I think that's really where the power structure is. But then, of course, someone could argue, well, who's running these these families, though? Are we really talking about flesh and blood here, or are we talking about powers, principalities? In the heavenly realms. Ephesians 5:12, is it
Yeah.
6:12? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers, against
612, I believe.
principalities. Yeah,
Yeah.
against the spiritual darkness, leaders of the darkness of this world, essentially, uh, spiritual wickedness in the heavenly realms. Something like that, something to that effect. I kind of merged a few different translations in there, but you get my point. I think, yeah, these quote unquote people, if you can call them that, are most likely being avatared. I mean, I hate to like cite like David Icke or something, but maybe I give David Icke too much shit. I mean, I used to really enjoy his work, and now I'm just kind of I'm not an auto hoaxer, or everyone's a shill, but I'm pretty close. You know what I mean? It's hard to not be after seeing
Yeah.
so much deception and so many people that I thought were legit being exposed as being shills, and this panel verse and beyond, not just the panel verse, but the quote unquote truth community, if there is such a thing, is definitely ripe with agents. And I think some of them, I almost think some of them are told to not lie. Like I think there's literally infiltrators who are not even lying to people. They're just there to collect
Mm.
data and
Mhm.
collect,
Mhm.
what I mean, data on people and see where everyone's at. And you know,
Well, there could
I
be
don't.
multiple, operations going on. I mean, there could be ones about distraction. There could be ones about the disruption. There could be ones about just like collecting data. So depending on your job, you're gonna, have to fit that role. If you're just trying to collect information, you have to sit quiet. You have to sit quiet and develop some trustworthiness so that you can get to know people, so you can collect information about them, et cetera, et cetera. But if you're gonna be like disruptive, then you got to go and scream at people like Alex Jones does and say, "Are you gonna you gonna take away my guns? I'm gonna fucking mess you up," and get all like riled up, and and some people kind of like that. Some people think, oh yes, this is the guy who is speaking for me. Now, I read a couple of David Icke's books, especially back in when I was in Korea, back in pre 2005, 2006. I read about three of his books, like Alice in Wonderland and Biggest Secrets, and I forgot the name of the other. And I was really into his stuff. But the guys like him, in my opinion, and maybe in his mind that he is not a quote unquote gatekeeper, but from what I've heard, he is part of some kind of like an occult organization. People have seen him wearing the robe and stuff like this, some kind of a branch of Freemasonry,
Correct.
something to that
In a
effect.
in a
You know,
lodge. In a
in a
lodge. That
lodge,
that
yeah.
being said, I mean, I'm not saying that it's possible, like, someone might take a picture of me one day if I do go in a lodge one day and, like, kinda just joking around and wanting to try something on. I mean, I could see how, you know, think people can blow things out of proportion. Again, that's not necessarily solid proof. Okay, so we got one picture of him in a lodge, but there's just there's a lot of stuff with Ike, like how Ike was wearing the Bill Gates sweater on those infamous Ike Rose London Real CV documentary CV interviews that went part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or whatever, that moved Ike, if I remember correctly, and London Real off of YouTube to this other platform. I don't know if it was Iconic or it was probably Iconic and others, where they really grew those platforms and blew up. So you could see how there potentially, possibly, I'm not saying definitely, but definitely possibly could be some vested interest there in growing a separate platform away from the YouTube censorship. Not that that's not reasonable, it is, but there may be more to it of a financial nature. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here.
Yeah, well, but
I
here's
give
the thing
Ike a lot
about,
of credit.
I think David did a lot of very good research, and I agree with a lot of the research that
Oh,
he
agreed.
has done. But but the thing about his research were about small fries, about Clintons, the Bushes and stuff like this. And after the fact that the events have already taken place about the CIA Coke operation, et cetera, et cetera. But so like it's a the way these people tend to work is very clever. I think that I just want people to understand is because like they can share the truth, and they can be very accurate of the information that they share, but then the information that they're sharing doesn't really amount to anything. It doesn't really point fingers at the big fries who are really involved, because during that time I was focusing more on like what David was talking about the Bushes and the Clintons, and I had no idea about the Rothschilds. And then that thing kind of blows open about the Rothschilds. Then I come to the realization that there were other um, secret families behind the Rothschilds, and the Kennedys and the De Beers and such. And then who knows where the layers actually end. You just go, it's like an onion. You just uncover it one layer at a time, the best you can, over the years, and try to make sense of what the hell is going on. But yes, I would have to agree, at the toppest level, you're talking about principalities and demonic forces, jinns,
Right.
demons, who are helping these people, these families, to maintain their control.
Yeah, not to kind of go too far off, but gin, right? Why do they call it gin? If you know what I'm like what's it called? Bombay Sapphire, and all these different
Oh yeah,
gins,
yeah,
liquors.
yeah, yeah.
Gin, like GIN, like DJIN.
Spirits.
Right, spirits, correct. So is it just coincidence, or is this language perfectly, orchestrated in a way to tell you exactly what's going on a occulted level? Um, so yeah,
Yeah, the latter.
we really haven't been given much of any information from schooling or otherwise, at least in the uh, mainstream anything and everything, about how, like, the spiritual realm really works, and our part in it. We've been told that we're humans having a spiritual experience instead of spirits having a human experience. So yeah. Anyway, so this is a great breakdown too. Here, it's got your secret societies, you know, your Opus Dei, Rosicrucians, Freemasonry, Skull and Bones, Bohemian Club, then your financial, your BIA, which I think is bank.
Yeah, can you zoom that up a little bit more and make it bigger somehow on your end,
Yeah, let me
if
see.
you can?
Where is it at here?
Yeah.
It's a little. It's not the clearest.
Yeah, yeah, it's good enough. I think it's enough for people to see, and otherwise
Actually,
it still gets a little bit fuzzy after this. But yeah, so you got your secret societies of Opus Dei, right? And then Franciscans, the Freemasonry, Skulls and Bones, right? Bohemian Club. So the Franciscans are the Jesuits. I guess that's another wing of the Jesuits, right? And then you have the financial, the Bank of International. Is that BIA? What is the
you might be
BIA?
right.
I thought it was
Bank.
the
Yeah, you might be
BIS
right. That's what it is. Bank of International Affairs. I think that is what it is. You're right. And then yeah,
or
International
settlement.
Monetary. No,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. Well, that's another one.
Okay.
Yeah, and then yeah, your IMF,
Okay.
your International Monetary Fund, World Bank, central banks, Federal Reserve, and then your CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, government leaders, U.S. Supreme Court, Electoral College, NATO, European Union, EEC, United Nations, Bilderberg Group, Club of Rome, etc. Then you have
Mm-hmm.
your intelligence apparatus, MI5, CIA, FBI, NSA, KGB, Interpol, Mossad, your drug cartels. Interesting that have drug cartels in there because in the mainstream they want you to think the cartels are a rogue, you know, mafia. No,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could say they are rogue. I shouldn't say they're you know they're. It's interesting because they've reverse engineered. They've what's the word? They've misinformed and disinformed so much while calling everyone else misinformation, disinformation. That you really have to like peel apart multiple layers to get to the actual truth. But I mean, I
Mm-hmm.
think I often wonder if these like um, what was his name? The infamous drug kingpins. Like I'm blanking right now.
Something Garcia. I don't remember. Like the Mexican guy.
Yeah, yeah.
I,
Why am I blanking now? That
I
should
don't
come right off the tip
remember
of
it.
my tongue. But anyway, I wouldn't be at the least bit surprised if these are just you know part of possibly the part of the bloodline, the upper bloodline families. Why am I blanking out on his name right now? I'm sure someone's leaving it in the chat. Any of the infamous, huge, infamous kingpins.
Let's see.
You know what? I haven't taken my pineal powder capsule yet. That's what's going on. It's already almost 3 o'clock. So give me a minute here. Yeah, and then you have your your drug cartels,
Martinez
Homeland Security, military
Carl.
intelligence, and then your research institutions, Institute for Policy Studies, Stanford Research Institute, Brooklyn Institute, and of course Tavistock Institute. Not to be confused with
Mm-hmm.
Travis Scott, Tavistock Institute. And then your educational, UNESCO Lucius Trust, formerly known as Lucifer. Formerly, wait, what are they formerly known as?
Lucius Trust,
Yeah, I
or
thought they had a
are you
former
talking about
one.
Lucius Trust or Lucifer Press or something like that?
There you go.
Lucifer.
There you go. There you go. Yep, that's what I was trying to think of. Lucifer Press. Yep, you got it. Wait, I mean, wasn't Blavatsky or Bailey? Sorry, rather, Alice Bailey's work under
Yeah,
that
Alice
that you.
Bailey, Madame Bachant. There's a guy by the name of Lee Beater. These are the
Ledbetter,
founders
right?
of the Lucius Trust or the the Theosophical Society. So, but it was basically Madame Blavatsky who belonged to the Russian aristocrat, who came to India during the mid 1800s to basically write like, the Isis Unveiled, which is like considered like, a very big occult writing. And then there was another one, I forgot, the something about the secrets that was quite, supposedly, but like these people are occultists and they come from same families. And based on her work, they've created a Theosophical Society. But I don't know if this is a well-known thing that is understood by the people. But basically, if people who know about what's his name, the Indian guru Krishnamurti was bought by the Theosophical Society, and he was bought from India in southern India on the beach by Leadbeater, and he was basically, adopted to a family, to the Theosophical Society in England, and he was to be raised to become the second coming of Christ. That's what they had planned for Krishnamurti, and he was the part of the Theosophical Society. So Theosophical Society is the main component for the publishing of the UN material, and they're the ones who came up with the idea of the meditation room, and they are very much behind this like Chrislam, one world religion type of thing. So people should understand what they're exactly about.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've gotten a lot of great wisdom from Krishnamurti. It's been a while since I really was looking into his any of his work or teachings, but back in the day, I definitely gleaned a lot of wisdom from him. So I can't take that away. That being said, wisdom isn't, um, he didn't gatekeep
No,
any
he
type of knowledge. He was tapping into, and anybody at any time is just tapping into that, um, whatever you want to call it, archive, if you will. The what do they call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Wow, I'm
the
really bad.
Akashic records.
Akashic, right? The Akashic records, the information field, whatever name you want to give it. They're tapping into source, if you will. They're tapping into the Most High's information field. Thinking is hard. That's why I let the government do it for me. Yeah. Oh wow, I'm really behind on chat. Yeah, CERN symbol is a literal 666, and the giant
Yeah.
snake.
So
Yeah,
let me just kind of finish this thought on the Theosophical Society and
please.
Krishnamurti. So Krishnamurti later on, because like they took him to a kind of like and like uh, an occult area where he was supposed to um, be possessed. Let's just use that word. And then for 3 days and nights, they were in this kind of mode of meditation and occult rituals and stuff, but it never happened. It never happened to him. And that was the kind of inflection point for him, where he went a little bit crazy for a while, and then he just completely severed himself from the society, and he wanted all of his he so there was a kind of a schism with the whole Krishnamurti Foundation. And and behind the scenes, if you read the book called The Star of the East, it's basically a biography about Krishnamurti. He had a secret affair with a lady from the Netherlands, who was actually the wife of the trustee of that organization, and they had like a secret affair that also went sideways. Krishnamurti was very much disillusioned and very much sad and lonely towards the end of his life, because he just kind of tried to break away and tried, and there was a kind of like suing and countersuing about the rights of his material as well. So that's kind of what happened with the Krishnamurti Foundation. And they had a little bit of a schism, but yeah, initially speaking, Krishnamurti himself was supposed to be the second coming of Christ, which never happened. And it just kind of went belly up after that. So as with the whole heifer situation over in Israel, and the coming days where they're going to be sacrificing, and then and on top of that, and we're going to be we can talk about that a little bit more, but basically the idea of the third temple, and with the third temple, the crowning of the Antichrist is prophesied. So we can talk about that later. Let's finish with this presentation first. You go ahead, Panio.
Absolutely. But just for me, just so I got you correct, so that schism existed between you said the Theosophical Society and Krishnamurti, correct? And what he was
No,
trying to
within
establish.
The Krishnamurti Foundation was an offshoot that was supported by the Theosophical Society. So it's a branch. So it's the Krishnamurti Foundation had a schism within itself. So Krishnamurti wanted to take all his, like, he wanted to have the rights to all his writings and all his audio tapes and stuff like this. And then the foundation, the trust of the Krishnamurti Foundation, thought otherwise. So they had a battle of who the stuff belonged to.
Mm.
But yeah, that's within the Theosophical Society, you can say.
So a battle of the wits, potentially.
Yeah, something like
Absolutely.
that. I think it's just Krishnamurti going crazy and wanting to go off in his own direction, off the auspices of Alice Bailey, and Lead Beater and all those guys who were basically manipulating and controlling him since he was a child.
Okay. I'm glad I know that. I do remember hearing something to that effect years ago, but you refreshed my memory. So it's all the same group of people. The rainbow community would get beheaded in Palestine for their way of life. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying that's a fact. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. I just need a minute to catch up on the chat to see if there's anything I missed. Anybody addressing me? Let's see here. My apologies. I don't want to be the guy who's known as not acknowledging his chat. So appreciate you letting me up here, and appreciate the restream, and just I'm glad you did this stream, because even though it's already been a little over a week, I mean, is that any time at all? And this is a huge tie-in, I think, to the again, into the eclipse, and the magnification of these events being so close to the eclipse. Again, that's the point. I think it's high ritual season right now, so I think that's why we're seeing all these events, obviously. So who knows what we're going to see over the next week to 10 days, next 10 days. I think there's probably going to be another something big to pop off. I mean, there was another, I think a barge just hit a bridge in, what was it, Oklahoma or
Oklahoma.
Arkansas? Yeah.
Yeah. Oklahoma. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just
Just a
that's
couple
just
days
one
ago.
example. Yep. That's just one example. So, I mean, do people really think, oh, wow, another one? Oh, wow, that's just so weird, like another coincidence. I mean, it's critical, guys, critical infrastructure points that are being attacked right now. So, hence the reason for the title of the stream, because the way I see it, or the title of the document here, World War III ritual. So that's what I see this as covert,
Hmm.
or as much as they want to, paint the narrative they want to paint. It, that's what it is to me. Um, we're in the middle of it right now. We're in the middle of WW3. Build back better, if you will. So,
And I don't disagree. And if you're going to go into WW3, then you want a wartime president who can lead the charge, right? So they've been building somebody up to make him the leader of the free world. And, he's a no nonsense businessman guy. And everybody is seemingly backing him up. Why? Because, he must be the right guy because the MSM is against him. Well, these MSM people are owned by the same people. And, they also know he becomes more and more popular by MSM attacking him. So maybe that's part of the conspiracy as well. So you have to peel back the layers and not just see it one way and say, oh, because MSM is attacking him, that means he must be a good guy. Not necessarily that is the case.
well, it looks like we got restreamed a little bit over there at OTW News, so that's good to see. So we actually had That's at one point like 150 people watching, so that's cool. 160, something like that. 170? Yeah, about
All
170.
right. Well,
Cool.
would you like to
Anyway,
continue on with the presentation? Because I'm
let's
not
continue.
really concerned about who is streaming me or
No,
restreaming
no,
me.
it's
It doesn't matter to me
someone
so
just
much.
brought
I'm
it to
more
my
concerned
attention.
about the
So
content.
good point. Good point. All right, so let's see where we at. So moving right along. Let me try to keep this somewhat limited to so you can only see what I'm presenting in the picture. Okay, so in the movie Leave the World Behind, there's a ship, the White Lion, that crashes on the beach. And you'll see some color coding here. The reason the 52 is white, so you can see the 52s. The 47s are orange because orange is the only color that equals 33 in gematria, if I remember correctly. And again, Masonic orange, if you know, you know. 128s are black. So and then the words that accompany them. So in the movie Leave the World Behind, there's a ship, the White Lion, that crashes on the beach. White Lion equals 52, 128, and 47. The Francis Key Bridge, or the Pope Francis Key Bridge, as I like to call it, collapsed in Maryland, which equals 128 and 47, at exactly 128 and 47 seconds. If I had to slow this down, if you check out the video and slow it down, notice the second that the bridge begins buckling. It's amazing. It's incredible that it's down to the second. So if this is a conspiracy, I'm saying if for YouTube safety reasons. If this is a conspiracy, wow, just down to the second, 128.47. So, and just to add insult to injury, it began construction 52 years ago and was opened 47 years ago. Government equals 52 and 47. Cyber attacks and bridge collapse equal 128, just like smart city, which don't need bridges. You see what I did
Wow.
there?
Wow, that's just absolutely amazing information. Again, some people will say, well, you are reaching a little bit with all this
Right.
numerical stuff. But hey, even so, I mean, like, how can this be a coincidence to me? I mean, like, the timing of it all and like all these words about like bridge collapse and cyber attack. I mean, how do you how do you like say that this is just like a big nothing burger? I
Right.
mean, there's something here. There's substance here. That's what I'm getting at.
I'm glad you see that. I figured you would have considered, considering you're doing that. See, I don't think you would have done this stream if you didn't think there was something going on. If you didn't think if there was something fishy going on, if you just thought it was a ship that hit you wouldn't even be doing the stream, right? It would have just been an
No,
accident.
no.
You wouldn't just do a random news coverage segment. So yeah. So again, smart cities don't need bridges, folks. Cyber attacks, bridge collapse, smart city, 128. And then
Well,
again,
and I talked about this before a couple of days ago, but basically since 2018, they've been talking about Baltimore potentially becoming a smart city. That was an article that came out in July of 2018, and smart cities in the world .net or whatever in that site. And so yes, again, this is a very much a part of the agenda of wanting to create more and more smart cities. You do not need bridges for smart cities. They're 50-minute cities, smart cities, whatever you want to call them, right? Yeah, continue.
agreed. So yeah, just to continue, a cargo ship, quote, a cargo ship equals 52 and 56. And bridge is played again, 56 is, I get it. It's not the 52, 128, and 47. So that was the focus of the last one there, but 56 comes into focus here. A cargo ship equals 52 and 56. Bridge, the game of bridge, the card game of bridge is played with a 52 card deck, right? Like most
Yep.
card games. And
Right.
they also reported, quote, 56 cargo containers with hazardous material. So interesting because when you think of things that are hazardous, you kind of think of the 56 Club, the Society of Jesus, Washington, D.C., both equaling
Mm-hmm.
56.
Mm-hmm.
So Yeah, they reported 56 cargo containers with hazardous material. And as you see, why is my mouse no longer scrolling over the... Oh, I know why. Can't minimize it, that's why. So maritime equals 128 and 56, like maritime law, like the maritime laws that are currently being edited and revised. If you look into it, that's a topic for another time potentially, or maybe not. I mean, it is very relevant. Maritime equals 128 and 56, just like Society of Jesus equals 56. Washington D.C. equals 56. Power outage equals 56. And again, it seems to all point back to this Society of Jesus, and of course, there's stronghold there in D.C., London, Vatican. Your government, your military in
City
D.C.
states.
Right. Your financial stranglehold in London, and your religious stranglehold in the Vatican. So, yeah. Any thoughts?
No, I mean it's lining up pretty well so far. So I don't disagree. I'm on board with all this. So continue.
So how do you? This is kind of off topic, but I'm just behind in the chat. How do you feel about this? Someone said that David Icke is Richard Branson? Question mark. How do you feel about that theory? It kind
I
of got
don't
me
know. I
thinking.
mean, maybe it's a possibility. I'm not entirely sure. I do think there are a lot of actors and double, like body doubles and people who are pretending to be somebody else. And I think these actors and actresses do get shuffled around to play other roles. So it's very possible. I do think that Alex Jones have some ties with Bill Hicks. I think there's something very weird about their relationship, about their best friend being the same person and them having the same producer as well.
Mm,
And when you look at their teeth, they have the same like outgrown teeth and there's some other coinky dinkies about them that just seems like it's a little bit too much
have
to
you ever?
say that there's no connection there at all,
Right.
something like that.
Right. Have you seen this picture before, by any chance? I think it's a very, very interesting picture. If you want to, I don't know if you can
Uh,
see the
uh,
players in there.
well, let's remove this real quick, and then let's put that up,
Yeah, not to go
and
too far off.
let
I
everybody.
can be a little ADD at times, but you have your Mr. Ike there in the bottom left, and of course Mr.
Yep,
Jones
there
there
he
in the
is.
middle, and then
Mm-hmm.
you have Paul
Mm-hmm.
Watson there on the right, Paul Joseph Watson on the
Mm-hmm.
bottom right, and then you have Dan Dix, Press for Truth, in the top left, and then in the middle, of course,
Mm-hmm.
you have Luke Radowski from We Are Change, who is infamous for approaching all these high-profile types like Jacob Rothschild with 6
Yeah.
million views on
Yep.
YouTube, never taken down once. So,
Yep.
is there a network here, folks? I mean, is it just a coincidence that any one of these individuals was here? I mean, are any of them potentially excluded from the implication that there's a network and they're probably a part of it? I say probably loosely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on board with Project Decipher, and I'm on board with what is it?
Pogo.
Privately owned, government operated. Okay,
Right,
so
right,
I'm not in disagreement with any of that.
right.
I think that exists, and I think that is being played on the public. And I think there are a lot of people within the truth community, so-called truth community, who have hundreds of thousands of subs or millions of views and such. I think they are a part of a organization. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It's hard to disagree. Um, yeah, it's pretty obvious, I would say. But I think the level of infiltration is
Only
at
obvious
this
to some.
point.
Like this gematria stuff is only obvious to some. Not everybody will see it.
I put it like this, right? The universe is speaking in more ways than we realize, especially to the uninitiated. Into some of these practices that are being utilized. But again, there's a reason why it's occulted. There's a reason why they are the 1% or the 1% of the 1%. Is because they have some of this knowledge and they've been able to figure out how to capitalize on that, of course, on a global scale. That's global with a BAAL. On a worldwide scale, whatever you want to call it. But that being said, I digress. So that we can continue with the. I don't want to go too far off. Too far off.
Yeah. Yeah, let's continue on with the gematria stuff and the connections. I think this is very interesting for me, and I hope that is the case with the audience as well.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that I'm behind on the chat, but yeah, Joaquin Guzman, yeah, El Chapo, yeah, that's one of the names I was thinking of, and then the other guy too, Pablo Escobar. Yeah, there you go. I was blanking out there.
Yep, Pablo Escobar. Yeah.
Those were the two I was thinking of. Obviously, there's a ton more. So that's a good question too. Is that how Yogananda got to L.A.? That's a good question. I wish I wouldn't have been so behind on the chat. Osama bin Laden comes from one of the oldest 12 families. Okay. Anyway,
Well, Osama bin Laden, or is it some other guy by the name of, what was it, like
Tim
Gosman
Osman.
or something like this?
Tim Osman. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Yeah, 322 all over the bridge crash as well. Yeah, I haven't gotten to. Did I get to the? Well, I got to a little bit of the 322, didn't I? With let's see. Yeah, the Star Spangled Banner equals 223. Baltimore Bridge collapse like BBC 223. They invert and revert everything. So 223,
Yep.
322.
What is the
Skull and bones.
significance of 322 for you? Have you looked into the skulls and bones and what it means? Like the 322, where does it come from?
It from my the most relevant, I would say, uh, significance to it would be in regards to the DNA. If you know about the 322, what is it? Brackets on the, not brackets wouldn't be the right word, but the DNA strands where they want to
Yeah.
add, um, they want to add. I'm going to butcher this, so I don't want to butcher it. Maybe Smith knows in my chat, but it goes back to DNA and transhumanism essentially, and what's currently been unfolding. I think it relates to Nephilim or certain giant DNA bloodline. I don't know. I wouldn't know how to really articulate it, but I think it ties into DNA and Nephilim and giants. Oh, what happened? Oh, there you go. There you go. 3 strands of 22.
So we have 44 base pairs in a human, 22 base pair DNA model, stereo image. The elite want to add 22 more with nanotechnology, 3 strands of 22, 322. Is that what you were talking about before?
Yeah, you hit it up on the head. I'm curious. What did you look up? 322 DNA or something?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. There you go. There you go. The question is why? I mean, I don't know. Transhuman agenda. I don't know. I don't claim to know all of what they have up their sleeve. I'm just trying to figure it out. So, because I feel that if I'm aware of what they're up to and what they've been up to for hundreds of maybe thousands of years, then potentially I as well could have some of the knowledge and could, keep those around me informed and therefore more aware of how to avoid most of the common trappings and pitfalls and trappings of the world, and whether it's on the legal lawful side, legal lawful spiritual side, whether it's on the and freeing yourself from legal tyranny, or avoiding the pitfalls that could come with the legal the stem of the cyst, uh, whether it's that or whether it's learning the occulted information so that certain things that should be obvious that aren't to most are, so that they are more obvious, so that when you see these things like this bridge collapse happen, you can see right off the bat, you can start like kind of connecting the dots and seeing what the bigger picture is, not just to know, oh, it's a conspiracy, but to know kind of what's going on here. So, which in my opinion, I mean, keeping things simple, critical infrastructure points, shipping ports, trade routes being affected right now. And what that means for the future of, let's just say, America, because we're talking about the Francis Key Bridge right now, but it is worldwide. But I do think America, in a lot of ways, is being, brought down as a first world to a second or third over time. It's a very slow. This is a very long process. This isn't like, you know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's a
it's
year by year,
incremental, right?
right?
It's a slow boil, right?
Yeah, like Ike
Just
said.
hold it down for a minute for me. I'm just gonna go use the little boy's room, and I'll be right back in 2 minutes. Okay?
Okay, the man's room. The man's room. He means, folks, the man's room. But yeah, I think it was Z. It was the TEDx warrior the other day who said, "I'll be right back. I was going to go use the little boy's room." I said, "Little boy's room? Come on now." But yeah, David Icke, right? The totalitarian tiptoe towards. I had my own little flair to it, but the totalitarian tiptoe towards a total transhuman takeover come 2029. 2029 being the year, of course, that precedes 2030, Agenda 2030, right? So I think by 2029 is essentially when they want to have everything in place, want to have everything finalized for that agenda. Much like Agenda 21, well, what did we see the year before 2021? Right, 2020. 2020, folks. March 11th, 2020. 311 or 113, number associated with deception. Not honest equals 113. Not true equals 113. Dishonest equals 113. On and on with the 113. It's a number associated with deception. So who'd have thought that it would, the great convid scam of 2020 would be on 3/11? Exactly 3 years and 11 months before 2/11, which was the Super Bowl that we just saw. Well, some of you didn't, I'm sure. I myself watched maybe a few minutes of it and then a few minutes of the Super Bowl. That was about it. I mean, of the halftime show. And that was about it. I couldn't stomach much more. I don't need to watch a bunch of large, sweaty men wrestling each other. This is not my thing. So, for anyone who's offended by their sports being kind of dissed there, I don't apologize. I don't.
Yeah. No, you're not a big fan of sweaty men, big sweaty testosterone full men yelling at each other and body slamming each other. I mean, a lot of people find that very entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, but people apparently really enjoy watching just a bunch of large, sweaty men just tackle each other and throw a ball around. And
Sweaty and slutty.
oh man. Okay, so I'm more caught up on the chat now. I'm only 15 minutes behind on the chat, so that's not too bad. Yeah, you're pretty good with your chat too. I've noticed. You keep up with your chat pretty well, and you have a lot of this.
I
You
try.
have the same style as I do. I'm like, you know what? Forget all the power games. Forget the. Everyone gets a wrench as long as I resonate with you for the most level. I kind of admittedly I kind of have a hang up with people who complied with the 2020 tyranny. There's definitely something to say for people who realize their mistakes and acknowledge them, etc. But people who still don't acknowledge that they not just complied with tyranny and potentially got implanted with transhumanism. I won't get into that too much, but on top of it, to not acknowledge that you complied with a slave agenda, enslavement agenda, and a transhuman agenda, is laughable, to say the least. What got you into the number correlation, pineal, and what are your thoughts on 19? Well, 19-year cycles of the moon. So you had your war on drugs, right? 19 years later, you had your war on terror. with 19 supposed terrorists with box cutters, right? Which of course was 9/11, like 119. And then 19 years after that, you had what? Right, COVID 19, right? 19 AI. I'm sure most of you know this. AI, the first and ninth letter, but DNA also equals 19. So were people implanted, inoculated with AI DNA? Is that what happened, or am I just grasping? Am I just kind of reaching here, or am I putting pieces together and kind of seeing the picture? It's a language, right? So the numbers are a language, and so when the words equal the number is the word. It's that simple, to me. It's the intersection of letters and numbers. It's the intersection of geometry and language, sacred geometry and language. There is a energy, vibration, and frequency to everything, and that includes the words, and of course us using them and then speaking them and reverberating them out into the ether. So, and then as far as your first question, what got me into it? I would say that I discovered gematria right before the scamdemic. Actually, it was Kobe. It was Kobe for me. It was the death of Kobe. Something on it, something about it was just everything about it. Really, was just off to me, and I knew it was. I mean, it clearly was a worldwide ritual to everyone around the world. Kobe. It was amazing. It was like the most idolization I've ever seen of a figure, potentially ever. So I knew there was something there. And then I, of course, found about the Corona del Mar, Kobe being buried in Corona del Mar.
Right.
That's why I call it Kobe
And
19.
then the cartoon of his helicopter crash and that one cartoon as well. That was kind of interesting.
Right. Chamberlain Heights. Any way connected to the spirit. Significance of the number 13. Yeah. Afterlife or reincarnation. That's a good question. 13. I would say like Taylor, if not to bring up celebrities now, but Taylor Swift was just going hard on the 13 before the Super Bowl, just bringing up how many things. I had 13 albums, 13 this, 13 that, 13 Grammy nominations, 13, and then of course she went on to Super Bowl where she was next to Ice Spice, who was throwing up the Baphomet hands, um, and then I think was her guy, her man, whatever his name is, number 13 or no, or was it just that he scored? Yeah, Zach had the best coverage, indeed, indeed, and that's how I
Well,
found
I mean,
Zach, and that's how I
you
found.
know about Zach Hubbard better than probably anybody else here.
Yeah, yeah. I don't tune in nearly as much as I used to, but that's mostly, largely, I should say, because the last year I've actually taken a step back from gematria. Believe it or not, it was this Francis Key that got me to just totally relapse on the gematria cane, as I'll call it for now. So because I wanted to see, what all was going on. I wanted to see all the dots and what's been going on in pop culture. Like, obviously, again, I haven't even seen Leave the World Behind yet, mind you. I haven't even seen this movie. I really got to watch it, so that I can pick
Oh,
it apart.
yeah, I saw it, and it's okay. I mean, like it's, I mean, there's like I mentioned it earlier today about the transport ship and the tanker both losing control, and the one you mentioned it here again about the White Lion, and then the Dali ship was going to Singapore, which is a the flag is that of a lion as well. So you can say this is a coincidence, or maybe there's something more behind it, as an example, right?
Right. I mean, what, if anything? I mean, what did you get out of the movie? As far as did you notice did anything stand out to you as far as symbolism, maybe little hints that were being spoken of by anybody, any connections you made that you noticed, or anything to that effect?
Yeah, so I was sent a video by a friend on Telegram about that movie. I'm not sure if I can find it. There's so many messages and stuff I sift through. But okay, I'm just going to shorten it. And long story short, at the beginning of the movie, you're seeing Earth from the perspective of the moon. Obviously, this is all nonsense, but we're talking about the movie. And then from that perspective, from the moon, what you see of Earth, what it's actually showing you is that it is showing an eclipse of what's happening, but that is not indicated in the movie at all. But like the whole idea of this, so there's a little bit of like a racism that's involved with the white family and the black family who are the actual owners of the house that they found themselves in, and they're the idea of these preppers and Tesla vehicles that are all running into each other. So there's some kind of a EMF event that is causing this mass chaos, right? And there's like nuclear explosion. So it's basically this family, right, with Julia Roberts and forgot the other guy's name, but like and his, and their children are looking for a bunker to hang out in. And the whole movie where the child is trying to find that one episode of trying to watch that one episode of Friends. She's obsessed with Friends, and she's finally
Interesting.
able to see it at the end of the movie, right? Because the Wi-Fi connection and all this kind of stuff is not quite there. So yeah, like it's just a kind of like a little bit of a dystopian, like it's the beginning of the end type of scenario.
Right. Where is it set? Where's the movie set? Like, is it in? It's not in. It's not. Is
I
it
think
San
it's
Francisco?
East Coast somewhere. I think
Is
it's
it?
East Coast. Yeah.
Okay. Because that bridge there in that picture, it kind of looks like almost like the Golden Gate Bridge,
Oh, could be. Yeah, could be. I
which would make
wasn't paying too much attention.
right, which would make sense because again, it's all synced up with the Francis Key Bridge, Golden Gate. You need a key to open the gates, right? People have been
Right.
foretelling. People have been foretelling the Golden Gate collapse for a long time. Shout out to Tommy Truthful. He said something of or related to that is probably going to pop off at some point. And while it wasn't the Golden Gate, it was the key. And first, you need the key to open the gate. So that could be on the horizon. I mean, it's not off. That's not what's the word? Unincluded. The last episode of Friends, which is called the last one, 234th. What, the 234th episode? Interesting.
Yeah, it seems that way. Yes, the 234th episode, called The Last One, in the movie. But I mean, if the Golden Gate Bridge goes down, I mean, that's just gonna. I mean, who's gonna say that was an accident? Who's gonna be able to say that that was an accident? Really,
I mean,
please, you know,
that yeah,
at that point,
that's not as again. I mean, admittedly, the Francis Key did look a little ghetto or whatever, but at the same time, it was a whole entire bridge. So that just buckled like in like nothing. So just like the towers. So for people to think that these things can just come down so easily and gracefully, it's amazing that there wouldn't be more of a one part at a time kind of a thing, or just one part and then the rest would stand or something. I mean, are these things really um, made in such a way where they could just buckle at a whim like that, just complete the whole thing, just fall down? I don't think so. I don't think so personally.
yeah. Again, I'm not a bridge engineer nor a ship captain, but when I first saw that, it looked very strange, and it looked like a controlled demolition. But that's just me.
Right. Yeah, you're not saying it was. You're saying it looked like that. So can't be indicted
Yep.
there. Someone else pointed out, just to go back to the 322, that is a good point that I had forgotten. The first German camp opened 3/22/33, March 22nd, 1933. Interesting. Which, if you want
All
to,
right. So
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you adjusted that to the Gregorian calendar, that would be 12/22/33, like 1/2/2233. But anyway, um,
Let's
DNA strand.
continue on with this presentation, or are you done with it? I think there's more data to be gleaned here?
Yeah, there's some more here. There's definitely some more. It was 46. Someone said it was 46 years and 3 days that the bridge was standing, which is 23 times 2, or 2 times 23. Okay. Was it 46 years and 3 days though? I thought it
No,
was
it was
47.
47 years. It's
Yeah.
more well, it's like March 20 something. It was March 23rd, 1977 when it was opened. So it was opened March 23rd, and then it went down March 26th,
Right.
something like that, 3 days
Yeah.
in between. So it's more than just a little more than 47 years. It's almost exactly to the T of 47 years, I believe, right?
Right. So that would be 47 years and 3 days. But
Yeah, 47
that would have
years and 3 days.
yeah, that would have been close. That would have been interesting if that was the case, but um someone said that double helix model is completely made up. Yeah, that may be so. That's what I mean.
Yes,
Ultimately,
Sovereignnist, I'm aware that Pineal is restreaming, and it's okay that he is restreaming. I don't mind. It's fine.
appreciate
All
it.
right, let's continue on with this presentation,
Okay,
if you don't
let's do it.
mind, and then let's see what more we can glean from these numbers. So we have a power outage at 151. That's gematria, right there.
Yes. Yep, you got it. Power outage equals 151. And it happened 151 days after Matthew Perry died on 10/28. Drop the 0, 128. You drop the 0 in numerology and gematria, it's null. It's not that it's
Right.
not a
Yeah.
number, but it's 0, so it has no value. So yeah, I mean, it was also again Julia Roberts, the main actress, and Leave the World Behind, was Matthew Perry's ex wife. I'm pretty sure. Um, and so this all happened 151 days after Matthew Perry died on 128, when his ex, Julia Roberts, the main actress in Leave the World Behind's 56th birthday, was also on that day. So you see these connections, and you can't rule out that there's something going on here. I'm gonna try to zoom in on this picture here so you can read it. So shout out to a current conspiracy account too, uh, who found this in the movie Leave the World Behind. The White Lion ship loses power, right? Power outage 151 before hitting the beach, and they say this Dolly ship supposedly lost power before hitting the bridge, and that's what it shows in the video, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, the White Lion ship was the first slave ship to America. It went to Virginia. You think of Maryland, you think of Virgin Mary, and Francis Scott Key's Star Spangled Banner had verses in it about slavery. His statue was toppled in Golden Gate Park in 2020 on Juneteenth, the Nancy Pelosi San Francisco connection there. And I didn't get too much into Pelosi and her connections to all this, but she was very tied in as well, with some of the stuff in the current in the news at the time a week ago. And this is really the first clue in the movie that something was wrong and that the USA was at war without them really realizing that they were being attacked. Right? So you see how they're just spelling it out for you. They're spelling it out for you, like he said here, without them really even realizing they're being attacked. Oh, it's just another bridge down. Totally not critical key infrastructure points being attacked, therefore affecting global and national trade. Definitely not that. And then so to continue the second point here that they brought up, the two black actors in the movie. I don't like using that word black. It's very Masonic to me, the Masonic checkerboard in black and white. But the two melanated actors in the movie were the Scott family. Scott family. Francis Scott Key, right? The current mayor of
Mm-hmm.
Baltimore,
Mm-hmm.
The current mayor of Baltimore has the last name Scott. Great Scott, 88 miles an hour. And his birthday,
Yes.
that ties in later. We'll get to that later. Or no, actually,
Okay.
they included it here too. It looks like, yeah, the fourth point. So I also brought it up in a different context. But the current mayor of Baltimore's last name is Scott. And his birthday is the day of the solar eclipse, which again is
Mhm.
111 years, 11 months, and 11 days after the Titanic sank. So I'm sure there's someone on the Titanic whose name was Scott as well that I'm not thinking of right
Most likely. Yeah.
now. um,
But that's really strange that his birthday is on April 8th. So and what do we got here? Number 3?
Number 3, Baltimore was founded on August 8th in 1729, which I don't think is a matter here. He's just including the day there as a city. So Baltimore was founded on 8/8 as a city, and Maryland was ratified as the 7th state in 1788 for another 88.
Okay.
And then all the 88 connections, like Back to the Future, with 88 miles an hour. But one of the most notorious quotes by Doc Brown was when he said, "Great Scott."
Mhm. Mhm.
So yeah, current conspiracy account always has some great finds. And someone also pointed out that it also happened on the 88th minute of the day, 1:28 a.m. So yeah, the 88's just stacked there. All right, hold on. My cat's trying to climb on me
So
right now.
is the 88 somehow connected to Saturn or something? Is that why it is associated with time travel? What is up with 88?
Um, that's a good question. I'm trying to think if I remember some 88 connections. August 8th. That's a good question. I don't know if I have an answer for that off the top of my head. Although I should, because I'm pretty sure I do have some connections, but I'm blanking out right now. Maybe somebody could help me out in the chat if Pale Horse Rider 6079 Smith W is here. Any number heads? Yeah, I don't know if I can think of anything off the top. And if I try to look up something, it'll take away from the presentation because it'll take me a few minutes. So unless you had uh, anything particular that you could monologue on while I look it up, then we could continue. It's up to you.
No, not really. I mean, it's not so pertinent, but like JRB over here said that 3 is mirrored, 8 is 3 mirrored. So you have
Right,
3, 3, 3, 3. That would be also 88, as
right.
an example.
Good point. Like a double 33, right?
Yeah, double 33 is an 8, right? That is mirrored from each other. So
Or
let's
right,
continue with the
two double.
presentation.
Sorry, right, two double 80 or two double 33s, whatever.
Yeah.
And so to continue with the well, not to continue. This is kind of a new point here. So we're moving on to like uh, a new point with the Singapore and the White Lion. So the CEO of TikTok is from Singapore, right? And the government's currently going. There's all this trying to ban TikTok, optics, if you will, with uh, the U.S. Government right now, supposedly against China, where TikTok originated, allegedly. I don't necessarily buy into any of their narratives. So I think it's again one world government, one world. At this point, it's one world everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say the one world religion is more so still coming into focus, but some would say that New Ageism is the one world, religion. I would argue that
Yeah.
New Age is the old age. It's been demonized in
Yeah,
many
but that's
ways.
all part of the Theosophical Society. That's part of their job is to,
Muddy the
kind
water.
of spearhead the New Age movement. What's that?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, it gets demonized, New Age to the point where anything New Age is just evil. and it's like on the other side of the coin. Oh, anything of or related to, say Christianity and the finding and the practices or traditions therein are also that. So it's like this polarized viewpoint where
Right.
there's not truth in all sides that can be gleaned from, and then take the best and leave the rest. Eat the fruit and spit out the pit. Not to say that there isn't inherent that there isn't evil that exists within those. There are obviously tons of new age deceivers, just like there are tons of prosperity gospel, Joel Osteen, etc. Deceivers. So but you got to, again, eat the fruit, spit out the pit, take the best, leave the rest. So anyway, so to continue, yeah, the CEO of TikTok's from Singapore. The government's trying to ban TikTok or get control of it at least. And TikTok equals 86, and it happened on the 80. Wait a minute, 86th day of the year? I thought it was the. Hold on a minute. I thought it was the 88th day of the year. Oh no, 88th minute of the day. Sorry. Okay, yeah. So it happened on the 86th day of the year, right? I just like to fact check myself sometimes. And again, if anyone ever notices any mistakes made, they do happen. So please, feel free to call me out on it, because it will get me, better, and then I can correct myself so that I can, make a correction to the audience. Maybe even make a post or video about it is usually what I like to do, or at least leave a comment on the video where I made the mistake, so that people can see it. I like to be as accurate as possible. So let me see. Let me zoom out a little bit here. So the ship in Baltimore had a Singapore flag, which has a white lion. Again, I brought that up earlier, but from the founding of Maryland to the founding of Singapore is 121,666 days. Exactly. Right? March 26, written out as like that right there. March 26 equals 666. Nonetheless, in the satanic cipher, go figure.
Wow.
And then to continue here, so that was your 666. Here's another 666. The 2017 full solar eclipse to the 4/8/24 eclipse that we're going to see here in 6 days or less, I think. Just under 6 days. I actually forget what time it's supposed to be. What time totality is supposed to be. I got to look into that again. I was covering it last night, but
I can take a look.
okay. Yeah, the 2017 full solar eclipse to the April 8th, 24 eclipse is exactly 6 months. Sorry, 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, and I'm pretty sure 6 days. And someone might say, well, wait a minute, 6 weeks? That's a month and a half. But yeah, this is another way to calculate it, though. It's another way to calculate date duration. You don't have to have it, where it's, because then again, yeah, it would be 6 years, 7 months, whatever, what would it be, 7 months, 3 weeks, or whatever that calculation would be. Anyway, this is a different way to calculate it, so it's still accurate. 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, 6 days from one eclipse to the next.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
so this is something I found with the Dali Museum. So the Dali Museum in Tampa, they revamped their. They had a big project where they had to they expanded. They probably got a lot of funding. If I had to guess, a lot of funding, I would imagine, for a good reason, I'm sure. Considering right now they're also renovating more, but going back to the revamp date, which I thought I included here, but I guess I didn't. From the revamp date, so when they reopened, rather, after a long revamp period, they did on the Dali Museum in Tampa, from the revamp date to the April 8th eclipse, the 4/8/24 eclipse is exactly 4/8/24 days, 4,824 days. So is that organic? I don't know. I would say it's not, based on what I've been seeing I mean, again, the Dolly ship was the ship that crashed, right? The Dolly Broken Bridge in the Dream that Dolly wrote. And you have now the Dolly Museum synced up with the eclipse, synced up with this ritual.
So weird. It's like really out of like my
Out of bounds.
capacity to understand how it's all
This
lining up. I mean,
lining
like
up, right.
it's weird.
Weird is extremely weird is very yeah, a good way to put it. A good way to describe it. I don't know how else to explain it. And very weird. And occult and ritualistic and esoteric in its nature.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so to continue, another thing I found because something about this, I don't know, I can't remember what it was that sparked the memory, but something of it reminded me of the Surfside condo collapse in Surfside, Florida, on Surfside, Florida, if you will, near here in Miami. I don't know if you're familiar with that or had heard about that some years ago. They were saying,
Not too familiar.
yeah, they said John
What
McAfee.
happened?
They said John McAfee's. They were saying at the time, it was right around the time that John McAfee died. They were saying, oh, John McAfee had his kill switch in there, and again, it all happened at the time. DeSantis, Skull and Bones.
Oh, yeah. I remember this, and like his whole apartment like completely collapsed. Like yeah, I remember exactly. Yes.
Yeah, so at the time, the governor, Ron DeSantis, Skull and Bones, good old Skull and Bones DeSantis, or DeSatanist, if you will, the Don DeSatanist. He was, if I remember correctly, 9 months and 11 days into his age, and when that all happened, they were showing the wreckage of the condo collapse, and there was one. I think a couple news channels covered it where they zoomed in on the wreckage, and you could see one of the rooms that was in half had a poster of the Twin Towers right on the wall. It's like, you can't make this up, man. They had to zoom in on it. You know what I mean? They literally zoomed in on
Hmm.
that room. It's like complete mockery. To me, that's what it is. I mean, does anyone who is unaware, who's watching it, who's just a mainstream media watching, a normie, if you will, do they just think that there's no meaning there? Oh, that's interesting. They just zoomed in on the Twin Towers poster. I'm sure there's nothing there. I would imagine most people they don't even think of it. They don't even see it. It goes into the subconscious, completely bypasses the conscious, right in the subconscious where they want it, you know? So anyway, what I found, the reason I brought that up, it reminded me of how when I was looking into the Surfside condo collapse ritual, um, I found some ritual residue when I literally I was like, let me look into FEMA and what FEMA's been up to lately. And sure enough, FEMA had at the time just right before it come out with a new brick initiative, I think, and it was all just very strange, man. Some of their um, how they were talking about it, and I think they had mentioned like even condominiums in the initiative, and it was just eerily sinister everywhere around it. I just couldn't unsee it, so I had to look a little further. And of course, BRIC stands for, so FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency, right? And their BRIC initiative, statistically impossible coincidences. Yeah, me too. Federal Emergency Management Agency's initiative, the BRIC initiative, stands for Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, right? Resilient. Unlike the Francis Scott Key Bridge, some might say. Some might say that we need better infrastructure, guys. We need, just smart cars, no more of these oil um, fuel burning cars. Everything needs to be electric. And some would say that that's exactly what's happening now in Baltimore. That the infrastructure bill that was passed prior to this happening, I think it was in October, just this past October, they were passing. I mean, if you wanted to, after we're done here, we could. I don't know how long you were going to go, but Wise Wake Up 1984 had found some good connections, and I think he had some short videos related to that, and some longer videos where he did more of a deep dive. If anyone wanted to check that out, but it definitely ties into the infrastructure bill, in my opinion. And when I say my opinion, I'm being loose here. It ties into the infrastructure bill that was just passed, where they want all of Baltimore to be driving the smart cars, all in line, of course, with the smart city that they're very likely currently working on building up and constructing. So, which is why I think this probably happened. Because again, if you look up if you just YouTube, I mean, I could look it up really quick here. If you just YouTube FEMA brick, let me see FEMA brick. You'll see what I'm talking about here. I'll stop my screen and share this instead. You'll see what I see. I'm sure most of you will. You look up FEMA brick, and what's the first thing that you see? 4 months ago. What's the picture there they have for it?
And that's the is that the Golden Gate Bridge over there?
I think it is the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, but the point
Okay.
is, it's a bridge. It's a bridge. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not a building. It's not a skyscraper. It's a bridge. 4 months ago. It's the Golden Gate Bridge. And again, if you first need the key to open the gate. So that's where we're at right now. So am I saying that
Yeah.
in this many months or years that the Golden Gate's going to come down? No, I don't know. But I'm also not saying that. So it's definitely something to look out for. And um, and just so you know, it makes it a little better for the aesthetic, for the visual. Just something I learned. If you have the panel, if you have us on the top, it enlarges the screen share. So just so the bars at the top and bottom aren't like a. Let me see what it looks like on the YouTube side. Yeah, it looks the same. So just a little hack for the aesthetic appeal if you're. But I'm pretty sure most people can see what it says there. So the fiscal year 2023 flood mitigation assistance, the FMA, and building resilient infrastructure and communities, the BRIC initiative. Notices of funding opportunities. So I haven't actually watched this. It's an hour and a half. But if I scroll down, you can see that it's not just this video, right? Let's see if we can find another one. Okay, well, there you see the mountains. Let's see here. There you go. There's another bridge. Huh. How about that? From 5 months ago. Interesting. Very interesting. So what are bridges, right? Well, bridges are key points for transferring of vital goods, everything. I mean, they're trade routes, critical trade routes. You have ships and then you have bridges. I mean, other than that, you have planes. So you have your air, by air, by water, by road. What else is there? I guess you also have your subterranean or whatever. You have submarines, and then of course you could go into the tunnels, the deep underground military bases and whatnot. Other than that, for the most part, for the masses, you have the bridges. Most people are on the bridges. Most people aren't by waterway. Most people, I would
Yeah.
say, by and large, are on the road. And then I would say following that would probably be in the air, by plane, then by water, then by, the very few I would say are able to have access to things like deep underground military bases, subterranean, submarines, Coast Guard, military industrial complex, etc. Of course, would have the access. And then, of course, I'm sure at their whim, these bloodline families have access to any of this stuff at any time, I'm sure. So I'm sure Pepe Orsini, the great pope, probably has on speed dial the head of, you know, the NSA, the head of the CIA, the head of the DOD, the head of the DHS. I'm sure he has them all on speed dial. So, um, so now it's
I'm
going
sure.
off to other stuff here.
These
But
people
yeah,
are very much connected with one another, and they rub shoulders across the borders and different organizations. But I think there is a monolithic structure, so which means that there is probably a hierarchy of sorts, dealing with these people, and I think what it means is that they know, where they fit in, and they know what needs to be done. These guys are very good at following orders and carrying them out, and that's part of the reason why they are in the positions that they're in. Because they can be counted to do whatever work that is reliant upon them, or yeah, so they're very good order followers. So that's something maybe that is bred in and programmed into them, and that's why they are in key positions.
yeah. I just noticed. Yeah, I agree 100%. I just noticed. I thought it was on my side, but it was on your side. Someone is dropping the. Guys, if you could just codify certain words on both sides, so your side, my side, anyone, because the spelling out the V word, saying they want a V word, the spirituality out of man. Not to say it's not true, but at least like put a at symbol for the A, or an exclamation point for the I. At least try to codify it a little bit. For the algorithm potentially to, even if they potentially can pick up on that, at least make it, I don't know, a little harder so they can indict you or say you said this. That way you could say, no, I didn't say that. I said V at symbol CC, exclamation mark N3. Uh, anyway, I'm just trying to watch out for your channel and my own. Anyway, so here's another one. I mean, this is live right here, folks. 2 hours ago from FEMA's YouTube page. I mean, imagine this. You have more people watching. We have more people watching right now, like 2 times as many people right now as the FEMA has on this video from 2 hours ago. So it's good to know that people are watching the truth and not the liars. So that's good to see. But 2 hours ago from FEMA's YouTube page, hazard mitigation assistance application pitfalls and best practices. There you go. More brick initiative optics, more bridge visual there on their thumbnail. I mean, just Federal Emergency Management Agency. They're really hard at work, guys, right now. They're really hard at work for our hashtag safety. It's amazing. So it says here in the description, this webinar addresses common grant application errors and how to avoid them when applying for BRIC and FMA grant funding. Fascinating. Fascinating. This is from the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. Financial incentives, possibly? And HMGP post-fire overview. So I haven't looked into this myself. Again, this is from 2 hours ago. This was just posted. I'm sure even trying to watch any of this would be an extreme bore. Even trying to pick apart it would probably be an hour and 14 minutes of mostly boring nonsense with a few pretty key points that you could glean from it. And see, I won't even probably watch that. Well, maybe that one I'll skim through because it was just today posted. I'm curious to see if they bring up the key bridge at all. But I don't blame anyone here if they don't choose to look into that because I'm sure it's quite a bore. Trying to see if there's anything else. Man who crossed Key Bridge just before collapse. I'm really lucky. Yeah. Well, what people were pointing out too is that there were no cars on that bridge when it collapsed. Apparently, traffic was stopped leading up to that bridge. So it seems
I
because.
I talked about this. So like a minute before it collapsed, the police got a call saying that they and they got vehicles over to the north side and the south side to halt traffic. So yeah.
Hmm, interesting. Nothing to see here, though. I'm sure. So this one
Yeah, I
has
mean
no
it's like
news here,
it's
but
plausible in a sense because there was an emergency call from the ship to the police station or something. There was a kind of an SOS saying that they've lost control, and so does it fit into the narrative, or maybe the people who are um, operating the ship, they don't have to be in the know of what's going on. You don't need all the actors to know the script per se, right? I mean, yeah, you just have few people who are, or maybe it's even automated made it, maybe it's AI controlled. I don't know how it happened or what happened exactly, but I'm sure they kind of understood what was going on, and they were following protocol of just letting everybody know that something is happening. And the police got the call, so it seems quite natural that they would go and stop and halt traffic, except for the workers who were working on the bridge.
Okay, so I see someone's timing out people in the chat on my side. I would say it's not totally necessary, but yeah, not totally necessary, but I think you probably have the right intention. So I would say unless anyone's directly causing harm to the channel or anything like that, let's not have any Nazi modding. Okay, let me see something here. Okay, I'm good. So anyway, this one has some more views here from from 3 years ago. It's got 10,000 views, but you can see they did a webinar on the introduction to the BRIC grant program. So this has been something that's been in the works for a while. No surprise there. Let me see. I don't think there's anything more I wanted to bring up here. Just showing the obvious sketchy connections, to say the least. This one's from 2 months ago. The fiscal
So
year 2023. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah, just to share a little bit about the eclipse. Apparently, it touches Earth at 11:42 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or something, and let's see, last contact is 4:52 p.m. So it goes all the way from 11:42 to 4:52 EDT. The total phase of the eclipse begins at 12:49 EDT, a bit more than 620 miles south of the Republic of Kiribati in the Pacific Ocean. The umbrella remains in contact with Earth's surface for 3 hours and 16 minutes and 45 seconds until 3:55 p.m. And it vanishes in the North Atlantic Ocean at 340 miles southwest of Ireland. So the total length of 2024 eclipse path is 9,190 miles or 14,790 kilometers. The
Wait,
magnitude of this
say that
eclipse
again.
is
I'm sorry. Say that one more time. How many miles? 191, did you say?
the total length of the 2024 eclipse path is 9,190 miles and 14,790 kilometers. The magnitude of this eclipse is 1 point. What's that?
No, my bad. Sorry about that.
I can share 1 second. Let me share the thing. So the magnitude of this eclipse is 1.0565, which means the moon's diameter is 5.65% larger than that of the sun's. Only when the magnitude is 1 or more will there be a total eclipse. Greatest eclipse occurs at 2:17 p.m. EDT, and the maximum length of totality anywhere on Earth is 4 minutes and 28 seconds. That point is just a few miles north of the small town of Nazas, Mexico. So that's the information. So if you look here, we can see that it starts somewhere around here, and then it goes from Mexico through Texas, through the Midwest, and just on the border of Canada, to New York, New Hampshire, Maryland, and then it ends just before Ireland over there. Here's another view. We have Texas, and then Oklahoma, and what is that? Missouri here, and Arkansas right there. Um, Kentucky, Illinois over there, Indiana, Ohio, and then Pennsylvania, New York, New Hampshire, um, Vermont, New Hampshire, and then Maine up there, and towards what is this, the Nova Scotia area of Canada. So that's the solar eclipse of 2024. That's the path.
So
Okay.
I just had to step away for a minute, which is unfortunate because it sounded like I was listening, and it sounded like you mentioned how it does pass through Maryland. The
I believe
totality
so.
path,
Yes.
right? How interesting.
I'm not sure. No, not according to that. I don't think
Oh, I
Maryland was
thought.
on there. It's the
Oh, I thought that's what you
most
said.
of the South or most of the eastern states do not show up. Only at the very top, New York, Pennsylvania, part of Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. It seems like to be the path of the totality.
Okay, okay. I might have misheard you. So what did you? Why did you not just say something about Maryland?
I said Maine, I think.
Oh, Maine. Okay. When you were reading just now a minute ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. My apology. My mistake, rather. Yeah, we're paying for FEMA, indeed. Well, let's watch out when we say the word "we're" because some people aren't. Some people aren't paying taxes. So many people aren't paying taxes. So.
Yeah, so NASA is firing up rockets at the same time. CERN is going to be fired up at the same time. So, is that a coinkydink? Why they are doing all this at the same time? I have no idea.
Yeah, coincidence theorists abound. I'm sure. Again, I mean, coincidence is a somewhat of a demonized word. For things to coincide, it is accurate. It's not. It's how I think. An incident, right? Coincidence. So there are two incidents happening together. It doesn't necessarily entail that there's no uh, causation. Well, I guess it does kind of, right? More correlation than causation. But anyway, I digress. I'm
Well,
getting into the semantics
no,
of
it
words.
just means that there is a significance or meaning behind the coincidence, and when it's just incidental, or an incident, and it is just quote unquote an accident. So it's beyond our understanding to see the significance or the meaning behind it. But there are two sides of the same coin. On one side you have coincidence, and the other side you have incidents. But you know, um, at a larger picture way, if you look at if you just take a step back and try to see it from a bigger perspective, everything happens, of course, for a reason. Missing link, Jesse, welcome. Good to see you. What about the heifers? What do you think about the heifers and the altar over there in the small hats territory?
Yeah, I briefly covered it last night, but and we watched I think a video that kind of went into it. I myself haven't looked into it so much to where I could really say much other than that they're clearly beefing up some GMO cattle that they've probably been beefing up for a while, and
Right.
it's yeah, we're just days away from from the slaying. So I guess let the blood fall, as they would say. I'm not saying that because I'm not sick in the
Oh
head,
my
but
goodness. Yeah,
man,
these are GMO cattle, that's for sure, because they have to fit in a very specific in terms of quality of these cattle. You cannot even have one single white hair on the cattle. And so and they spent so much money, just like $300,000 to just fly over 5 cattle from Texas. I'm sure it cost them millions of dollars just to purchase them. right? And then two of the cattle were already found to be disqualified. So they have three cattle to work with, three red heifers. They are biologically engineered to fit the role so that they can sacrifice them, burn the remains, I guess. That's part of the whole ritual. And then they can go ahead and build the third temple, which is an important part of. It's a kind of another inflection point for the for Jewish faith, Christianity, and Muslims as well, because they all allude to this point in terms of the sacrifice and the creation of the third temple. And the third temple, only Jesus can come to earth after creation of the third temple. A couple things are supposed to happen. I do suggest people to watch Sylvia Ivanova's New Earth channel about the end times prophecies. I think she has fantastic content in terms of the prophecies are concerned, and she does delve into various prophecies from different parts of the world. You have German prophets, you have Russian prophets, you have French prophets who have been talking about the possibilities of whatever that's to come in the future. But the way I kind of look at this reality is that yes, why are our beliefs so important? Why is the way in which we perceive this world is hijacked by these organizations? And I think part of the reason why is that we have the power to manifest. And we talked about this before in another panel about the Messiah programming with the Bene Gesserits and Dune, right? And there is a section or a part of the Bene Gesserits in Dune who are called the Missionera Protectiva, and their job is to go and plant seeds of the possible Messiah, so that later on they can fulfill that role. No different from the Albert Pikes, no different from like the controlled oppositions, no different from providing the hero that you were looking for some years down the line, many centuries sometimes, and then they can usher in their controlled opposition. So is something like that going on here? And then, another interesting point that I wanted to add, because there is somebody that I have had communication with, and I don't want to mention his name just to protect his identity, but he was mentioning what if that there is another layer to this about the Antichrist and the Christ who is to come, and the Christ himself is really the Antichrist, which is like a reverse of the situation, you know?
Yeah. Like layers. There's layers to the onion of the deception. Yeah. Yeah, I like what you said there. And again, Jesus and Lucifer both equal 74. So just some food for thought there. Correlation, causation, or correlation, or is that indicative of something more than just correlation? I don't know. Is it the same figure? I
I
don't know.
forgot I forgot where I read this from, but I think this is actually from what's his name? Fritz Springmeier, who wrote the book about MK Ultra and programming and stuff like this. And in his book, he was talking about how there are different names of demons. And actually, one of the demons' names was Jesus. And that kind of surprised me. How can a demon be named Jesus? And then when we uh I don't know, pray to Jesus, are we actually praying towards this demon? I'm not saying it is, but could it be a possibility? I don't know. Yeah, that's a very controversial topic. I know, I understand, right? And then, like my assessment about this alternate history that I've been diving into is that a lot of these languages are just kind of developed and engineered in a much recent basis. And this whole idea about ancient Romans, ancient Greeks, ancient Egyptians, ancient Sumerians actually do not exist, and that it's all done by the hands of the Jesuits. And the Jesuits, we have to understand, are a military organization. No, NASA is a part of the military as well. So we have to remind ourselves about these things. And one of the first tenets of the Jesuit organization is that they are here to convert Muslims and convert Muslims to Christianity. That is one of that is their first mission. And why are they so active in Europe and in America, Canada, and Australia when they were first formed some 500 years ago or so? Could it be that the European, American, Canadian, and Australian past was of a Islamic faith? Now, the Islam in the past may differ quite a bit by um, from the Islam that we understand now, but the word Islam is the religion of peace. Word Muslim means he who submits to God. So if we come from uh, a worldwide, kind of like what is the word? This is a unified language of Arabic, and there's so much evidence to the Arabic origin of Europa or Arapa or Arabia, right? Then maybe there's something to be said about the Arabic and origin and this kind of mud flood slash reset situation and all these wars, Napoleon and et cetera, are they actually cover ups for this checkered past, right? And this past of where we actually come from and who we actually are. And we were given the false narrative so that they can hide, the actual history of things. I tend to think so. I think there's a lot to be said about that. That doesn't mean I am promoting Islam. I think there's a lot of problem with the various Islamic faiths. And the hadiths, I talked about this before. The hadiths are the prophecies, which are also part of the control mechanism in my uh, you know, uh, personal opinion, to uh, bring discord and bring division within and among the Islamic faith as well. So it's crazy stuff. If you go into the flamenco material, flamenco talks about like the introduction of the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar, which adds about a little more than 1,000 years worth of time to our timeline. Do I believe that Jesus existed? Was his name Jesus? No, I don't think his name was Jesus because the letter J was not invented until about 400 or 500 years ago. It's a recent product, and those guys, the Jesuits themselves, have invented that because why? They have invented Latin. When you look at Paleo Greek and Paleo Hebrew, it's the same exact symbols except one is facing left to right and other is facing right to left. That's all. Exact same thing. Okay, and then they evolved to be the different symbolism now. But the problem with the ancient Arabic was that it was a cursive language. It was a handwritten language, so you could not print. You can write it, but you could not print it. And so it was important for these guys, the controllers, to be able to create a language like Latin, like Greek, so that it can be printable. And I dare say, including Sanskrit, Sanskrit is itself a product of a engineered language. It's not as ancient. I thought it to be a long distant ancient language, but I do not believe so now. I think it is invented by the English some 300 years ago to bring false identity to the Indian nation, to give them a kind of a schism between the Hindus and the Muslims because it was all Muslim. That was the worldwide culture at the time, some before 500 years ago. Do I believe that Yesu or Isa actually existed in the flesh? Absolutely. Well, was he from the Middle East as we believe? I don't think so. I think he was of European origin. I think Muhammad was of a European origin as well. Okay. But according to David Ewing Jr., what happened once the takeover happened with the Vatican, right? Because they're the ones in power, and all their political and business associates. the people who were not converted did not want to submit to the church. They had to run, and they had to run away, run to Northern Africa, Morocco, to the Middle East, to the north, to Norway, the Scandinavian countries, to Russia. Okay, so this is um, part of the narrative that's been hidden from us, and I think it's important for people to understand that. Go ahead, Panio. Let's wrap it up fairly soon. We're getting to 4 hours and 20 minutes. If you got something to burn, burn them. But go ahead if you want to share something with us.
Yep. Give me a minute. Sorry.
Yeah, Jesse, I think this is part of the narrative because I don't trust Putin. Putin was uncovering, um, you know, this black Isa. I don't think, in my opinion, this is just my opinion. I don't think Jesus or Isa, as we know it, was of a black origin. I think this is to fit the narrative that he is from the Middle East and give more significance to that land area that is artificially put there because they could have chosen Madagascar or somewhere in South America, but they chose that part of the land in Palestine because the English owned that land. So the English sold that land to the Rothschilds. Balfour Declaration was the receipt, and we have the history of the apart state as we know now. And I'm not for Palestine or against Israel per se, but certainly I'm against any innocents being harmed anywhere in the world. But I do believe that the Palestinian government and some of the members within the Palestinian state are uh, contributing to the false narrative that we see in the world. And that doesn't mean to say innocent people aren't dying. Of course, there are, but there's kind of manipulation that is happening from both sides of the fence.
Yeah, why doesn't it? I'm surprised. There hasn't been more people clicking the link, but maybe more people haven't looked into it too much. I'm surprised. Is it just been you, me, and London on the stream? Has anyone else hopped up?
Mm, no, no. I think what was her name? G something came up before, and obviously Brian was up for a little bit, and Snafu was up there. Um, Ricky Shaw, his name is Jesus. Well, like I said, like if Jesus, okay, even if you look at the narrative of their narrative, okay, Ricky Shaw, is that if Jesus did exist 2,000 years ago, we didn't in the English language we did not have the letter J. It did not exist. Letter J was invented some 400 or 500 years ago. So his name could not have been Jesus, so far as I'm concerned. So I'm not sure if I'm in agreement there. I think Jesus or Isa, depending on the pronunciation, but I think that's the correct pronunciation in my opinion. And I do 100% believe he existed, but I don't think he was born and raised and lived his life in the Middle East. I used to believe that, but I think the Bible stories in the Bible is actually talking about Europe. Okay, that's in my opinion. All right. So Pioneer,
Oh yeah, should I
you got anything more
get
to
back to?
share or
Right, we were almost done. I think with the I think we were almost done with the presentation here. Let me see. My apologies. Yeah, I should have had this shared the whole time just for visual appeal.
yeah,
Should have thought of
let's
that.
finish up with the and just complete the whole presentation
Okay,
as
perfect.
is, and then maybe we'll call it a night after that. It's been going on for 4 hours and 20 some minutes now.
Yeah, it's
So
funny. It was 420 on 4/2. Um, drop the zero on 420. So 4/2 on or 4/2 on 4/2, and you were streaming at about 4 hours and 20 minutes all around the same time. So you must have started around noon. At noon here anyway, because it's 4:25 here right now. But anyway, yeah. So again, to recap that part there, yeah, we covered this. The full solar eclipse of 2017 to the 4/8/24 eclipse here in a few days, several days, is 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, 6 days apart from each other. And the Dolly Museum revamp an opening date from that date to the eclipse date 4/8/24 is 4,824 days. And then we covered we looked into the FEMA brick initiative optics there, and you guys saw the bridge. So I said peek the bridge right here. Just like the Surfside collapse, in my opinion, from what it just reminded me just of that for some reason, because it was the same thing with FEMA and brick, and that's when I had found that, because I think I was if I remember correctly, I think I was literally looking into the Surfside thing, and I was just typing in certain keywords into like the YouTube search, and sometimes you can get lucky by doing that if you know how to use the search engine properly by tweaking some of the variables of the search, like say sorting it by date upload, because then you're only going to see the recent uploads on it, right? Or if you put like if you put in view count, sort by view count, you're only going to find the mainstream stuff, obviously, because only the mainstream stuff is getting the views for the most part, the large views.
Yep, that's how they have rigged it.
Yeah, and that's not to say there's such a thing as the truth or industrial complex too, where there's pretty big, I don't know. I wonder about some of these people with bigger channels. It's just hard not to. When they have over 100,000 subscribers, it's like, to some people who know what it's like. Then again, I guess if you're really crafty with avoiding certain keywords and certain talk and whatnot, then that's the key, obviously. So, as far as the what's it called, misinformation speak goes, as they call it misinformation, but they do disinformation. But anyway, so to finish out here, I also found something very interesting. There's something called DALI, digital addressable lighting interface, and that's another thing that you could just look up really briefly if you wanted to, if you were interested. It might be a rabbit hole just to go down itself, so I haven't really looked that much into it. So, but there's definitely some interesting connections, seemingly to me there. And it's funny that I have this here because this is a Truth Seekers thumbnail, I think, where I first got to talk to you, man. I don't think I had ever seen you around the interwebs before Truth Seeker. If I had, I don't remember. Maybe somewhere like Z's or Paul's or somewhere. I'm not sure.
No, I mean, like Z and Paul, I found quite later, and I was not really aware of who Paul. I met Paul for the first time over at OTW, and OTW again was somebody I found like kind of last year, a little bit later. But I was hanging out with like Brian's channel a lot, and maybe Karen B's channel a bit, and some of the other truth like flat Earth content creators.
Right.
So that's where I was spending my time. I had a small YouTube channel before with like 700 some subs, but I deleted it. All my old materials in my Odyssey, if people are interested in checking it out. But I decided to just take a little bit of a break and then kind of restart everything. I think November of last year when I really started to make this channel, try to grow this channel. So that's kind of where I'm at.
So, would you say um, this makes you want to kind of look into this, this coding system, the gematria and stuff, and because again, I was kind of not even doing it there for a while. When I say doing it, I mean there's times when I go more into trying to decode certain things, like how this obviously I went pretty into trying to figure out this event here and what it's trying to spell out going forward. And yeah, it kind of makes me want to start leaning back into it because it does tell you again though it's you don't have to know this at the same time to see the forest for the trees. That is what's been unfolding for a while. So you really don't you know what I mean? If you have the discernment to just you can watch the news and see what the hell's going on. Um, Not that you need to watch the news. I'm not saying that either, obviously, but I'm sorry. I'm a little.
Well, my personal opinion on it is that I think there's different ways to climb the mountain. And there's something to be said about gematria and what is that else? Like numerology, and it's really beyond my understanding. I'll be honest. Like it's like I see the correlations and the patterns that are involved with it, but I don't know how it works, and there's a guy who was here on my open panel by the name Pirate, and he was telling me about like Arabic because he comes from an Arabic country, and there are 28 letters in the Arabic language, and that matches up with the number of digits in your fingers. So when these number systems are placed, because if you look at it like Hebrew or English, English has 26 letters. You need to add because if you count, okay, let's count.
And God equals
1,
26
2,
also.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 200, 300,
Right.
400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1000. So in order to have a codified system, you need to have it up to 1000. But if you add up all those numbers together that I have just counted, then you're gonna find that there are 28 of them.
Hmm. 28,
Okay,
not 26.
28,
Okay.
not 26.
Hmm.
Okay. So what does it mean? That means if you have a 26 letter system, you need to add two more to make up for the 28 that you need in order to go from 1 to 1000. Okay. So uh, so it's like again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 numbers there. And then that goes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh, I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it goes to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and 100. So how many numbers is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 numbers. That's 19. And then that's another. So that's 90 to 100. And then that's 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, and 1000. So how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 plus 9 plus 10 is 28, correct?
999 is 27, right? Yeah.
No, 9 plus 9 plus 10
Oh, 9 plus 9 plus 10. Sorry. Yeah.
is 20
Right.
is 28. Yeah. So
Right.
you need 28 in order to have a number system that can be used as code that goes up to 1000. So if you have 26 letters, and then I think what there's 24 letters in the Hebrew or something like that, you have to add some of those letters have to play multiple roles to be able to um, make this work. So far as I understand it. But yeah, so what it comes down to is that I put some faith into it. I think there's interesting. I think it's not end all be all to quote unquote conspiracies. It's just
Right.
seeing how it all matches up. But when you look at the big picture of, all that Pineal has shared with us, I have to come to the conclusion that this is not done by accident. All these things do seem to match up, and that there is no coincidences about it. But in my brain, in my little tiny brain of mine, I'm thinking, who, how was able to come up with this and fit all these things together so that they would happen exactly to that timing, to that event, to that day of, and then I mean you are coordinating like, people and organizations and companies and governments and all kinds of stuff all at once. It's like beyond human capability here. And only thing I can really think of is demons and AI who are able to do this type of work, in my personal opinion.
Hmm. Together, in my
That's just
opinion, you
me.
know what I mean? Like together. It sounds so out there, but
They could
um,
be one and the same thing. Like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think AI could be demons and demons could be AI. Could there have been ancient AIs that were left over or have existed? A lot of these, like, so-called, ancient structures seem like they were like computer motherboards or something. It's like a larger form of a computer. Doing some kind of, and then why are they using qubits in the Bible? And then they were using the same language for more or less supercomputers or quantum computers. You measure the power of a quantum computer by the amount of qubits it has. And they were using qubits as a form of measurement for temple building in the past. Hmm, that's interesting to me.
that is really interesting. I don't know if I knew that. I don't know if I knew that. Um, yeah, London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. Right. Yeah, I'm almost through this pretty much. As far as
All
this,
right, let's wrap it up then. Let's
so
get through it.
yeah, so I another find here, the dollar collapsed also equals 233. Like the Key Bridge's birthday is 23/3. So interesting there. There was another 233 also. I thought I included it there, but I guess I didn't, or I must have not saved. I must have not saved the document. That's what happened. Okay, so another thing here, Sonic, like the restaurant. I don't know if you even know what that is. Do you even know what Sonic is?
I only know about Sonic the Hedgehog, but I don't know about the Sonic the restaurant.
When's the last time you were on the States?
Last time I was on the States, I think it was 2016, and then again I wasn't visiting my family. I think might have been 2012. So I left the States in 2004 January to go to Korea, and I was in Korea from 2004 to 2014, and I think I visited my parents twice at that time. And then after I left Korea, I traveled around, and then when I was in Nepal back in 2016, I went to visit my parents once more, and that was the last time I set foot in the States.
On the States.
In the States.
On the States. I'm just joking. I'm joking, non-joking though, because I'm kind of serious. So, all right, let's continue. The Masonic stuff is all about numbers. Yes, indeed. That's why Masonic equals 74. Inverse of Masonic is the Masonic compass, 47 degrees. 47 degrees on the Masonic compass, 74 like Masonic. The Masons like the number 7. It's everywhere in the Statue of Liberty. That's an interesting quote unquote Mandela effect with the Statue of Liberty. I saw a video just yesterday, the day before. That was pretty interesting, pointing out multiple points about that. Super strange.
Yeah, both Brian Stavely and Hazel Fiver have very good videos about the incremental changes on the Mandela effect on the Statue of Liberty.
Extremely
I
bizarre.
think this, what's that?
Extremely bizarre. It's just bizarre. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
It's the only word you
Well, the narrative is that the Statue of Liberty was created in France and was a gift from the French Freemasons to the United States for the birth of the Babylon, more or less. And then, of course, there's a very masculine quality to the Statue of Liberty. So, is that Statue of Liberty, or is that some other goddess that they worship, like something like what Ishtar, or something that we talked about a couple days ago? right? And yeah, there's a lot of changes, of course, about Ellis Island, and it's no longer on Ellis Island; it's on Liberty Island now. And there's some other really bizarre changes. But everybody can go check that out over at Brian Staveley's channel, and or Hazel Fiver, who I believe is one of the best Mandela effect researcher slash residue researcher, because residue is part of the clue to the Mandela effect. Continue, sir, if you are
Oh,
willing
I
and
didn't
able.
realize I was muted. My fault. Didn't realize I was muted. That'll happen. With the churches, the hospital, the school, the prison, the bank, the supermarket, the law, the lodge, the police, the crime. The chat's always where it's at. The chat's lit, as they say. So but yeah, so this restaurant, it's a fast food restaurant. And they have burgers and shakes and whatnot. And I think it's like they're known for, like, the girls will come out, or the guys. They have both that work there, and they'll come out, like, and they skate to you. I think they like ride roller skates. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've been there at least once or twice before. But anyway, so they came out with a shake called Blackout recently, and White Owl cigars, a popular brand of cigars, recently they released these cigarillos called Blackout Berry, and I thought it was interesting because there was Bohemian Grove was kind of just like trending, right, with Ryan Garcia. I don't know if you know about that at all. Um,
The Flying Garcia, what is it?
no, Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia, the
Oh, Ryan.
wrestler.
Oh, Ryan Garcia. I mean, I've heard of the name, but I'm not like
Yeah, I didn't
I
know
don't
anything
know much
about him,
about
I
it.
don't think, until that happened, and I still don't know much about, other than that I watched a couple short videos of him saying what happened there, just that he was held down at Bohemian Grove or whatever, and I can't remember, he was, tortured at Bohemian Grove or something, or made to watch them do. I think he said he was made, they forced him to watch like some sick shit go down and whatever. I don't know if he said he was SA'd or what, but I'm sure you know what SA is. So yeah, I don't remember, but it seems
I can
complete.
guess.
Yeah, it looks like a complete. To me, it's just got psyop written all over it because he's got a huge followings. They haven't, I don't think, done anything to his pages or anything. I'm pretty sure they're still up, and all his, like, if you look at his Instagram posts, uh in the titles, it's all just like gibberish, a bunch of nonsense letters, and then it'll just say like kill Danny or whatever his name is. Um, so yeah, or sorry, not Danny. What is it again? I already forgot his name. Ryan Garcia. Sorry, whatever. Anyway, um, I thought it was interesting because right after Bohemian Grove was trending, of course, with the owl. It was White Owl that comes out with these new cigarillos called Blackout Berry. Anyway, I should have included a picture of both of those. That was my mistake. I think I have them saved here too, but I'm not going to look for them now. So yeah, remember, they have to tell us first before they act. Revelation of the method, and that's what I see that as. So it's just like mockery, really, as how I see it. But anyway, so to move on to the comet. So the last time the devil comet, which is supposed to come at the same time, right? The same time, within the same time frame as the eclipse, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the time differential, if it's literally going to happen during the totality point or if it's right before or after. I'm not sure, but the last time the devil comet came around in 1811, supposedly the Madrid fault lines popped off from an 8.8 earthquake, and maritime is another 88. So
Yeah,
just like
nothing
we
good
went
ever
over,
happens with comets. At
right?
least throughout history, from what I have seen and read, comets do not bring good luck. They are kind of omens for something bad to happen. Just saying, like comets are associated with famine, earthquakes, disasters, all kinds of strangeness with comments. Just saying.
So yeah, and another thing I found. So cyber attacks, another 188. Kind of like 1811. So, will there be a cyber attack on that day? I'm not sure. On 4/8, I don't know. Is the grid going down? I'm not sure. I'm not going to fearmonger. Let me see. Let me see. There you got Pike, of course, and Mr. BB in the bottom left, and Mr. Obama and Zelensky. I have a pretty interesting Zelensky video, actually. Him shaking hands with some very interesting people. And then, yeah, Pike and
Doesn't
Trump.
he look like he's the son of George Soros? I think they're related.
You think? Alex?
Zelensky. I'm talking about Zelensky.
You're saying you think he looks like Alex Soros? Soros' son?
No. I think he looks like George Soros when he a younger version of George Soros.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Someone asked me if I found any. They said Pinole. Did Pinole find any connections between this and the Mandela effect? Oh, with the bridge? No, I can't say I have, but yeah, I can't say I have, but something might pop up at some point. So I'm not going to rule anything out. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if in, a week's time or a month's time or a year's time, they're going to say it was actually called his name was actually Francis Key. There was no Scott in it or something stupid like that. It's always something
Yeah,
strange.
usually like a one letter change. It's like John Hopkins as an example.
Yeah.
Christopher Reeve, Joel Olstein. Sally Field. Usually one letter changes often. So Francis Scott's Key, like
Right. Something like
Holy
that.
Scots
Right.
or
That'd be more
Wall
realistic.
Scots or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Scots. S is the most affected letter, and then followed by the L or the
Yeah.
lambda.
And then no one, and then they say, so then when people say, oh, it's like Scott, like when they make the connection I made with the Great Scott, they'll be like, what do you mean it's Scots? And it's like, what? It'll be
Exactly,
meaningless
something
though, but
like
then
that.
at the same
Yeah.
time, you see how it can, because it reminds me of like Chadwick Boseman, how he died at 42, and then they changed his age to 43. So when people try to tell you how, oh, well, racism and the N word and blues and Rasta and all these things that are connected to Black culture or whatever are 42. There's the theme of 42, which is why Jackie Robinson wore the
And
42.
42 in the chat.
Chadwick, there you go. Chadwick Boseman, and it's 4/2 right now, actually. How about that? And it's the 24th year, which is the mirror of 24. So,
Mm.
it just keeps going on and on. It's you know what I mean? It's a spiral.
Yeah.
It's like
And to be a witness at that moment, I mean, we have to obviously be alive and to see all this happening. It's like there's some kind of an entanglement process of me being alive, going into this direction, whatever this direction is, and being entangled with it by being a witness to it. This also puts a little bit of a layer of like, what the fuck is going on type of thing to me, like what at this moment to witness stuff like this at those, that's the synchronicity aspect of things. It's like synchronicities happen. I have been a witness. It happens almost every day. And it's not just the quinky dink it is happening. It is happening exactly at that moment where I am witnessing it. Why? I don't know. I have no idea, but I see it for what it is. That's all I can say. You're muted.
of course, I would do that. Yeah, it's amazing. It's just a never-ending fractal. So, yeah, did Pike plan or predict 3 world wars? I choose preempt because I like when people say predictive programming, I call it preemptive programming because it's more of a preparation for what's planned. It's not like a psychic
I mean,
thing. Of
who's
like,
to say who's to say it was even his idea because he has a right-hand man So he could have been like the Trump of that time, as an example. Like, so the way in which they operate is they have the overt and the covert aspects to their organization. So you have the front, it's like the black and the white aspect. The white aspect is like the kind of like, the face on the cover. He's the president and he's the one who's doing all that. But the covert aspect of it, there are people behind the scenes actually pulling the strings, coming up with ideas and giving and passing that off to the people who are quote unquote in charge to make it seem like they're the ones who are doing it. I think that a little bit of both is happening myself.
I think with most things where there's seem to be a one or the other choice, I always tend to lean towards no. I think there's probably a third, or there's the case where both are true. I'm so
Hmm.
anti-polarization with it that's how I pretty much always tend to lean to see things.
Yeah, absolutely. Daisy May, I do appreciate your comment. And I think a lot of the people here are very much gifted in that sense. I do not take any credit for myself. I do believe in God. And I know God in my own way, and I might not adhere to any one spiritual faith per se, but I know that He is the owner of all things, and that's all I need to know. So I submit myself to His will the best I can, and sharing the truth and living the truth the best I possibly can until my dying breath is a blessing in my personal opinion, and I hope everybody will choose to go in that direction as well. And as long as we are moving in that direction, we will always be friends, brothers, and sisters of the truth. And I hope that that will be the case with other people who choose to go in that direction. So thank you very much for your comment. I appreciate it.
Like they say, the chat is lit. The chat's where it's at. So yeah, I mean, Pike, quite a character. He definitely just looks like he knows something that, honestly, I don't think I would want to know. I'm not sure the way he looks. Anyway, so here you go. Just like we drew it up, your boy Joey B, Mr. Bo Jiden, on 2/12/24, which is interesting because 2 times 12 equals 24. Just like we drew it up, he says.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so from the bridge collapse there to, or sorry, no. Let me make this a little smaller. What is? Oh yeah, my fault. From the day that tweet got posted, of course. Who's posting his? You know what I mean? Who's running Joe Biden's Twitter? You know what I mean? But just like we drew it up with him with laser eyes, like Terminator, with his arms crossed. From that day, have you seen this? Did you see this or no?
No, but I mean, like, I don't think Joe Biden is in charge of his own Twitter page. I don't think so. Nor do I think Donald Trump is in charge of his own Twitter account either. I think they have people who are, handling, let's just say, these, public platforms for them.
Yeah, I need to. Let me see something here. R. Pashard? Because I wanted to just also look up. There was one other post after this post that ties into this post that I'm showing here on this poster's Twitter. Arfa Shad. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to copy that and look it up really quick. So when I'm done looking at this, I could show what the other two tweets. Why isn't it letting me copy it? Whoa. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. So from that day of that post, that Twitter post, to the bridge collapse was 43 days. And the Supreme Council or Mother Council of the World of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry was formed on May 31st, 1801 at Charleston in South Carolina. And from that day, that anniversary date last year, so the last time it happened, because it hasn't happened yet, it's May 31st. From that day last year to the bridge collapse was 43 weeks exactly, like 43 days. And the inauguration day, from the bridge collapse to the inauguration day next year, is exactly 43 weeks. And then 191 is the 43rd prime. And just to tie it back in, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, its official name is 190 and 19. It is 191. So you see how the 43 ties in to the 191 there, because 191 is the 43rd prime number. And
Yep.
so the day of the post as well was had a date numerology of 43. February 12th equals 43. The day of the tweet, I mean, and Freemasons equals 43. So, and then
Yeah,
there's
February 12th is the 43rd day of the year, is what it is, right?
right, correct. Yeah, that makes it sound a lot more simple. Let me see something here. I'm gonna see if I can do something really quick. I think it's worth looking at because it ties in, I think, to the 43, expounds on that a little bit. I don't really use Twitter too much at all, actually. But you said you're on Odyssey a lot. Is that what you said? You use Odyssey? You
No,
post
no,
on
no.
there?
Odyssey is just a backup page. So
Okay,
like if
same.
you have a YouTube account, you can have Odyssey that is synced to it, and
Yeah,
you
I
can
just
back up
did that
your
recently.
information.
I
Yeah.
just did that recently, but
But
you know what
I
I noticed? It only uploaded my short videos. It didn't really upload any of my long
yeah, yeah.
streams.
Yeah,
So,
all my long videos are kind of screwed, so that's why I have to keep my page or find a different way to back up my files. So I have to figure that out. But yeah, I'm on Telegram quite a bit. There are many channels on Telegram, but I do go through some information on X. Just I'm not there a whole lot, but some people do say some interesting things they share on X, so I'm there a little bit. But usually, mainly, I'm on YouTube.
it's asking me for my birthday. I'm not gonna give my birthday. I'm just like, what? I'm giving them the wrong day. I just that's just me. That's just how I am, you know. Why do they want my birthday? You say, "What's your birthday?" This won't be public. Don't worry. It's like, okay. I don't want you to know my birthday though. You don't need to know my birthday. For what reason? So I gave him close to my birthday, but not quite my birthday. Why is it telling me I
Let's
need to make a name? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Hi, Zero Fox Given. Good to see you. So let's continue on with the presentation, sir.
Trying to just get past this. It's not letting me. Oh my gosh. Trying to skip
Is
this.
that not letting you scroll down? You're at the very end, are you not? Isn't that the end?
Oh yeah, I'm not even sharing the right. My fault. Hold on. Not even sharing the right screen here. Okay, let me go back. J.K. Rowling. So I'm gonna have to scroll down a little bit here. Let's see here. It's probably about the eclipse. Niagara Falls declares state of emergency ahead of solar eclipse viewing. Yeah, they're doing this everywhere. Everyone beware. Don't look at that. So how do you feel about looking at the eclipse? I mean, do you think that it's a no-no, or how do you feel about that topic?
Well, um, yeah. So I just shared a video by Sylvia Ivanova from the New Earth channel. I recommend people to take a look. Again, I will share it on the chat, but she highly recommends people do not look at the eclipse. That's what she says, according to the video. There's a kind of like a superstition, you can say, in India where we do not travel nor go outside and expose ourselves to the eclipse. That is a superstition, and I tend to kind of follow it. I think there is some method to the madness as to why that is the case. And I've experienced a solar eclipse here back in 2019 or 2020. I don't remember exactly, but it was really it was a surreal experience for me. It just didn't feel like because it was like the totality was actually going through this area, and I stepped outside a little bit, and it's bright out, but it felt cold, and it felt like you can see the light is a little bit dimmer, but I don't know, it was just an eerie feeling. It's hard to describe, but I just remember just like, being shooken to the core about that experience though too. It was just weird, So anyways, people can do what they want. A lot of people are going to go observe the eclipse and they want to go film it, but you do you. So, just keep it in mind, different perspectives are there about what you should or should not do during that time.
Yeah, so I've been hearing kind of to look out for it also because essentially if we're like a battery, right? And that's kind of a reversal battery where it's that's a terrible term description, but it's taking energy, whereas usually it's giving off energy. The eclipse is going to be taking energy, so you're kind of going to be pulled into that in a way. But I always usually, to my memory, what I usually do is I'll peek at it shortly, like briefly, and that's just to kind of see what it looks like, and then I think you can get, like, for instance, obsidian. Like you can get a sheet of obsidian and look through it and be able to view it like safely. I think it's obsidian. I'm sure you could do it with a number of different crystals or um, yeah, to where it wouldn't affect your eyes negatively, But anyway, so where am I at here? Okay. Scroll down. Yeah, these are more current. Oh wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, this whoever this is, they find some really great stuff. Scrolling down a bit. See, oh, here we go. Okay, so key bridge collapse at 1:28. It was 1:28 a.m., which is 88 minutes after Annunciation. Pontiff or pontifex means bridge builder. Oh, there you go. So they're on it too now. Luke 1:28 is the Annunciation March. See, I haven't seen this one yet, but this is. I'm just going to read it. This year celebrated on April 8th, date of the total solar eclipse. Vatican flag has the keys to the kingdom, which equals 201. Oh, wow. Keys to the kingdom equals 201. I didn't know that 201. There's so many 201s. It's insane. I'm just going to open this whole post up here. So, behold the handmaid of the Lord equals 128. Luke 1:28 says, and the angel being come in said unto her, Hail, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women. Interesting. So you see the keys there on the flag, again, making the X like the eclipse drawn over the country. And it's interesting that you're not even going to get to see it, right, yourself, because you're all the way on the other side. So I don't even think, I think only we see it.
No, yeah, no, I won't see it. Yeah, so yeah.
But yeah, if you change the layout to where you put us on the top, it'll make the whole screen bigger, so it's make it easier to read. But I don't know if you know how to. Yeah, there you go. That's a perfect. Yeah, or on the either way, top or bottom. There's so many ways to edit layouts. It's crazy. I've tried some very.
Let's just go with that.
Okay, that works.
So yeah, Our Divine Mother 196, Holy Virgin Mary 196. 196 is the 14th square, and from the Pope Francis elect date to the bridge collapse is 14 days exactly. And that the anniversary date, the Pope Francis anniversary elect date. The total solar eclipse from the bridge collapse to the solar eclipse is 14 days. Why does it say it 3 times? I'm not sure what that means. 3 times 5 times 7 equals 105, which is the 14th triangular. What is 105 though? Oh, Mary, the mother of Jesus equals 105. Baltimore, Maryland equals 105. Okay, well, yeah, Maryland, right? So I see the connection. Mary, like Maryland. So Mary, the mother of Jesus equals 105. Baltimore, Maryland equals 105. The Archangel Gabriel equals 105. And
Yeah.
then
Oh, so
120.
Gabriel visited Mary, right? He is the one who gave her the good news about Jesus. Was he not?
I think
Gabriel?
so. I think so. Yep.
Yeah, I believe
You know
so
what? I
too.
just realized
Yeah.
I can make this bigger. I think if I just there we go. So again, it happened at 1:28 a.m., which is the 88th minute of the day, right? 88 minutes after the Annunciation. So 14 plus 14 equals 28. So, to tie in the 14 again and the 28. 28-day menstrual cycle. Man, this is deep. This one's deep right here. I hadn't seen this one yet. Wow. And immaculate conception. Like, shout out to Decoding with Cody, who was pointing out a lot of really good points in a stream he did on the maritime, and changing of, well, he didn't really get into the changing of the laws and whatnot, but he made some very interesting connections with, like, similar to what are being brought forth here. This is amazing to me even right now. It's kind of blowing me away, to be honest. I think there's some more here too. So Luke 1:28 said, "And the angel being come in and said unto her, Hail, full of grace," or sorry, full of grace, "the Lord is with thee, blessed art thou among women," which again equals 128. Like, oh, not like 138. So this is 138 here. 138, Luke 138. And Mary said, "Behold, the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to thy word." And the angel departed from her. See, I don't know. I don't have context to know what this is, but it's solemnity of the Annunciation equals 138. I don't even know what solemnity means. Solemn? I know what solemn means. Solemn. Okay, but I don't know the significance of that connection. So I hadn't seen that post, but there was one that I did want to get to that I don't see. So let me.
Yeah, it's just a state of being in solemn, right?
Right.
Being in
Solemnity.
peace.
Right. Okay. Solemn. Why did the bridge collapse? So that's a little snippet from it. Looks like from a CNN article. Why did the bridge collapse? Shortly before 1:30 a.m. Okay, so even though it was 1:28, they rounded it up to 1:30 for a reason. I mean, did they not? Is this a coincidence? I'll read it. Shortly before 1:30 a.m. So instead of just saying at 1:28 a.m., shortly before 1:30 a.m. Tuesday, a Singaporean flag container vessel called Dali struck one of the 47. So already in this, they've included a purposeful misappropriating of the time. Instead of just saying at 1:28, they had to say shortly before 1:30 for whatever reason. A Singaporean, so they bring up the Singapore there. They bring up Dali, and now they have a 47, and they brought this all together in just the title here in the info.
Yep.
Singaporean flag. They
Mhm.
had to tell you a Singaporean flagged container. And again, what's on the Singaporean flag? It's It's the white lion, like in the movie Leave the World
Well,
Behind.
it's a golden lion, isn't it? I think it's the golden lion.
Is it?
White lion is the Obama movie.
Right. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's not. I thought it was a white lion on the flag, but I could be mistaken.
Um,
Let me see again. My
let's see here.
notes here.
Uh,
White lion. Singapore flag has a white line, supposedly. I have to
A
look at
white line. Yeah, it has a white line. But the lion, let's see. Because there was another flag that they were mentioning, wasn't there? Like, what's the flag um, with a golden lion on it? But there's a white line on the Singaporean flag.
Are you saying lion or line?
There's a white line on the Singaporean flag at the bottom, but there's another like a lion reference, isn't there?
Yeah, I thought
Because
there
like
was. Okay, now I gotta look up the Singapore flag here. Okay, wait a minute. Now I gotta look at my notes here. You know what? I'm curious. Singapore flag, white lion, leave the world behind. Dolly. I mean, sometimes if you just put things together, that's how. Oh, or not. Wait, look what comes up though. I didn't even type in a conspiracy or anything. I just typed in Singapore flag, white lion, leave the world behind, Dolly, to see if any interesting finds came up. No, it looks like there's aren't any great matches. But then the first thing that comes up, the 7 dumbest conspiracy theories, and then baselessly link Obama's to Baltimore bridge collapse. So here's your, your thought control here. Your Orwellian 1984, truth speak. What's it called? What's the name of the? Wow, online conspiracies about the Baltimore bridge collapse. Baltimore bridge collapse draws comparisons to Obama.
let me share something real quick.
Okay.
Let me remove this and let me share something.
Okay. Go
Okay.
for it.
So let's see. Let's go to this one. So can everybody see? Can you see?
Oh, let me see. Yes, there you go. There you go.
So the ship named the Dali is 300-meter, 984 feet long. The Singapore registered vessel left Baltimore at 1 a.m. 5 GMT and was heading for Colombo, Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. It was supposed to arrive in Colombo on April 22nd. So I think this is okay. So the flag of Sri Lanka is a lion. Sri Lanka flag is a lion. Sri Lanka.
Mm,
And Obama's "Leave the World Behind" tanker thing was a white lion. So that's where the connection is. White lion, Sri Lanka flag.
right.
Okay.
Right. Right. You correct me. Thank you for the correction, sir. I'm slightly off there.
No
It's not a
problem.
white lion. It's like a golden lion. Yeah, a golden lion. So I have to. I don't know where this. Maybe I have to. I don't really know how to use Twitter, so I'm trying to go to some older posts. Oh, there we go. Okay. Did we do this one? Yeah, we did this one. 130, like Luke 130, and the angel said unto her, "Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God," which equals, "Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God," it equals 201. Wow. Angel Gabriel speaks to Mary on the Annunciation, March 25th. Bridge collapses 88 minutes after the Annunciation. So from the time of, wait a minute, September 8th. What is September 8th? Okay, well, I forget what September 8th is, but another 201 date span. Oh, I see, because the date, no, September 8th is 9/8. So I don't know what September 8th is, but maybe it's the Annunciation date. Maybe that's what it is, the Annunciation date. So from the span of the Annunciation Day, perhaps, to the bridge collapse is 201 days. And our Divine Mother equals 88, and Holy Virgin Mary equals 88, like how the bridge collapsed 88 minutes after the Annunciation. No, it says the Annunciation's on March 25th. So yeah, again, I don't know what September 8th is. That's kind of confusing me. But so here's a eclipse sync here, a triple overlap. Wow, what you would call a super match in gematria or in general. I mean, it's clearly a super match. Those words, Blessed Virgin Mary and total solar eclipse, have a triple overlap, 202, 257, and 104. So the way I see it, it's like it's the same energetic signature, you know? It's the same vibrational energetic signature to those words. They have that much
Mm-hmm.
in common. So that would kind of indicate that like the eclipse is the parallel it's kind of what's being tried to be conveyed by the scripture. That's how I see it. Or the description of Mary, kind of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm not a biblical scholar, especially I mean in general, but including on a etymological level or a deeply analytical level. Like I haven't read the whole Bible. I haven't but I have read entire books. I mean, I've read the book of John and I think Job and a few others probably, but yeah. Where was I? What was I getting at? Yeah, I mean, that's how I see it as like that they're the same in their energetic frequency and what they mean, so perhaps Mother Mary was indicative of eclipses, which would mean that yeah, the characters in the Bible are celestial events. If that theory that I'm just hypotheticizing, is that a word? It's gonna make a word there. If that is what that means, then
Hypothesizing.
hypothesizing. Wow. So
Hypothetically.
yeah, hypo. I was gonna say hypotheticizing, but I don't think that's a word. Um, hypothetically theorizing, if you want to. I don't know. Gematria. To continue. Baltimore Bridge collapse, masonry, Joe Biden, build back better, just like we drew it up. This is the one that I covered already here.
Yeah.
Remember? Okay, so then this is what I wanted to get to. So 43, remember we covered all those 43s there, like how the day of this tweet of just like we drew it up with Joey B with the Terminator eyes, from that day to the bridge collapse is 43 days. So we saw this 43 already. If anyone just got in here and didn't see, you just have to rewind. I don't want to go over all of it again, but again,
Yeah.
191, the 43
43
column,
is February 12th when the tweet happened. Is the 43rd day of the year,
right?
starting from January 1st.
Right.
Just to keep it simple.
Yeah, that's the most, I guess, simple, relevant, significant connection there. And then 43 twice, 43 plus 43 equals 86. March 26th is the 86th day of the year. Key bridge equals 86. Again, you need the key to unlock the bridge. To unlock
Mm-hmm.
the gate to the bridge. So now that the key is down, again, Golden Gate Bridge, something to look out for, definitely. And there are a lot of movies
Okay.
that seem to allude to the bridge, something happening to that bridge. I can't remember if it's one of the what are those movies in New York? Escape from New York, and then there was Escape from L.A. It might have been Escape from L.A. Just one
Yeah.
example.
With Snake,
Yeah, Snake
Plissken or
Plissken.
something like that.
You know, I don't think I've
Is it
seen
yeah.
Escape from L.A., but I've seen Escape from New York. So that's one I'm gonna have to watch now. Now that I'm just saying it, I'm speaking it. Now I have to watch it. So there you go. That's note to self.
Yeah.
Key bridge equals 86. Happened on the 86th day of the year. 43 plus 43 is 86. So now moving on to still 43, but 133. and they said, anyone get a feeling that something is terribly wrong with USA? You think? But so apparently the Baltimore Bridge collapse, or the Baltimore Bridge is also called Beltway Bridge. So I wasn't aware of that.
Yep. Yep. Beltway Bridge. Correct.
Have you ever traveled on that bridge?
No, not. I don't think so. Not to my recollection. No.
Because where you said you were where when you lived in the States or on the States?
I grew up in Wisconsin, but my parents moved to Maryland.
Oh, you were
But
a
they
cheesehead.
live. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. And Packers were the religion of back in the day. But my parents moved to Maryland, which but they live near DC, about half an hour south of Baltimore, something to that. Yeah,
Okay.
but never went to Baltimore. Not to my recollection. No.
Yeah, me either. I've never been, to my knowledge, to Maryland. So until recently, I had never been to the Northeast, other than well, other than New Jersey, New York once, and Philly. Well, the only reason I went to Philly was because I was going to Jersey. So I landed in Philly and went to Jersey because I had family in Jersey, and similar to the why I went to New York, because um, pretty sure we visited them when we went there too. When I was much younger, I think I've only been in New York once. But yeah, other than that, until recently, I had never been to Maine, Massachusetts, or what was it? Maine, Massachusetts, and Pennsylvania. No, not Pennsylvania. Boston, Mass, Maine, and New Hampshire. Sorry, because we landed in Manchester to do that trip. Anyway, I don't know why I'm bringing that up, but I've traveled now to probably. It's funny that the 133 is on there because I probably traveled to about 13 states if I had to guess by now. Anyway, so
Okay.
slave
Well,
coagula.
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Let's continue on with this presentation.
Yeah, I'm going off. I'm going off on a tangent. Slave coagula. As it's written there on the Baphomet, notoriously equals 133, 43, 191, like Society of Jesus equals 191, and 65. And I'm not even going to try to go into the 65 right now. There's a lot with 65 too, and 191 even more so. Like I said, Society of Jesus equals 191. So president and election both equal 133 for another 133. Again, there's that same 43 connection there with the Supreme Council, Mother Council of the World of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and its formation date tying into the bridge collapse, and the inauguration day, and the date numerology, the day that the bridge collapse happened on, which was the 43rd day of the year. So you see how 43 and 191, these numbers that keep popping up, time just over and over again within one simple so-called decode. Yeah. White House, government, Beltway Bridge, all 133. Like 603 score and 6 or 666 equals 133 when written out. Father of Lies and USA election equals 65. So what is the six? Oh, first, okay, so there's your 65. That ties into the slave coagula. Solve coagula, sorry. I said slave coagula. With the
Yeah.
caduceus coming out
Solve.
the top, out of the DNA strand, coming out of the star of Remphan on the head, and then the caduceus again towards the abdomen there. Some would say that, oh, it's funny, it's got 202 views. Skull and Bones 202. But it's interesting. Some people say it's not a evil. The Baphomet's not evil. That it's to be picked apart. I think more so for myself. Something I need to
I
maybe
think we
look.
need to probably save that for another discussion
Yeah,
personally, because I think that
yeah,
a little bit of a philosophical line that
right,
will require a little
right,
bit of time
right,
to just
right.
kind of untangle. But I want to kind of wrap it up as
Yeah, I think that was
kind
it.
of
That was the
soon.
end. That was the end. That was the last
Okay.
one there. Yep.
Well, I appreciate all that, and I think the audience appreciates everything that you have shared, and really interesting information. And hope to see what happens, and again, like, people can make their own decision about this, and how does it all relate to so-called coincidences or accidents. You are the one to decide whether or not it was planned or not planned, right? So I'm on the side of the planned, but obviously there are some other people who believe this is just an accident, right? But again, let's see what happens next. Do you have any final thoughts that you want to share before? I want to go on a little bit of a monologue before I end the show, and then I will share one bit of music, and then we'll call it a night for myself at least. But Pineal, thank you very much again for popping up here and sharing your
Yeah.
knowledge and
Had a good
your
time.
expertise on gematria and numerology. So go ahead.
Yeah, I had a good time. We dived pretty deep. I probably shouldn't have hit the pen twice. I probably should have just hit the dab pen one time. Um, so my apologies if I went off on a lot of tangents there. But yeah, it was a good time, and I'm glad I caught your stream because I haven't seen really anyone dedicate a stream to it. So well, that allows for open panels. So I'm glad I had the information, and yeah, we made some content here today. So appreciate you, sir. Had a good one. It must be late where you are. It's pretty early still here where I'm at. It's about 5 almost 5:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I'm still fresh, and my schedule is a little bit messed up. It's not a big deal. It's just that there's some other things that I want to attend to. So, and it's been going on for nearly 5 hours or so.
Five and a
I
half
can't
almost.
see.
5.5. It's funny actually,
Yeah.
5:25 at 5:25. When I was just in the background looking at this I'm still looking at a post and it was about 5:55 saying I stood beside Princess Kate at shop and saw her laughing with staff trolls are delusional, says dad who filmed Royals, which I guess was the name of a headline, and it equals 555. Man, this person finds crazy stuff. But anyway, I don't want to keep you here any longer. Yeah, appreciate you. I had a good one, man, and we dived deep, as Ralph Smart says, we dived deep once again into some interesting connections. So thanks for having the stream, man. I think the next thing obviously to look into is the eclipse. It's coming up here in 5 days, so 6 days, 5 6 days.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you being here, and I will talk to you soon, Sean. And everybody, go check out his channel over at Pineal Power Podcast.
All right, man. Have a good one. Here, Amber wants to say bye too. Amber, say bye. Say bye, Amber. Bye. All right. Much love,
Oh,
y'all.
nice kitty.
Yeah, peace and pineal power, sir. Have a good one. Take care, and I'll be back on for whatever you. What are you doing next? Do you have any plans?
I have some other shows lined up. I think I will have David Reif on in a few days. We'll be talking about his story.
Rife Technologies,
And
correct?
maybe I think he's related to Royal Raymond Reif, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Uh,
He goes on
so
Bernie
we'll
Burn
get
Eye,
into
Burn
that.
Eyes all the time. Third Eye, Burn Eye,
Well,
Third.
I have only spoken to Bernie a few times, Burn Eye,
Okay.
but maybe we'll have him on someday. And then I will have Seven Raven Wolf on with a reverse interview. I had an interview with her from Australia, and then I will have Jerry Marzinski, which should be interesting for me.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm
He's a
gonna actually have to do some reading and watch some of his content just to get to know what he is about. I mean, I have an idea what he's about. He's great. So I'm very lucky to have him on. Let's see if I can keep him around for at least 3 hours. That would be great to talk about like demons and schizophrenia, stuff like that. And what else? Oh, I will have Beth Martin on my
oh
channel.
cool.
So I'll be interviewing her next week, and
She's a
Rose
sweetheart,
as
man.
well. Rose and I will have a panel, like a semi-open panel. So we'll probably bring people up one at a time and just talk about stuff for a little bit, and then and cycle people in and out. That's the kind of the plan for that day. So we'll see,
For what, the
right?
Beth Martin stream or the Rose stream?
No, no, Rose for the Rose
Oh,
stream.
okay.
Beth Martin,
Okay.
I will just have her on,
Right.
and then I
Right.
will be interviewing her about her life and what she thinks is going on. But that's going to be next week as well after the whole eclipse thing. So
All right. Well, you know, yeah, Beth Martin's great. She's a great mind. So that I might want to catch that one. And then same with the Rose one. Maybe I'll hop on. So anyway, appreciate you, my friend. I will not be mad at you, by the way, if you put my name added on into the title of the stream, just like I have your name in I had London Man's too, but because he was pretty much only on for the like first few minutes, I actually took it out. So it's pretty much just the two of us that chopped it up. So I won't be mad at you if you put me in the title. I'm just messing with you.
okay,
But,
loud and clear. Got ya.
I'm just kidding. All right, man. I appreciate you. I'll see you soon. Take it easy, brother.
All right, you take care. Bye for now,
All right,
and
bye.
I'll see you around.
All right, my friend. Peace, prosperity, pineal power to the chat. Much love.
Yeah. Okay, everybody, and I'm back, and thank you very much for you guys listening in the conversation, and I'm very happy again for Pineal to have showed up and shared his knowledge in regards to all this stuff. And I'm not so knowledgeable on gematria and numerology, so I'm glad that other people are. Smith, you have some issues with me. If you want to resolve it, you are welcome to hit the StreamYard and then come talk to me, and I'll open shop for a little bit longer so that you can express yourself. I don't know where all this hatred and vitriol is coming from towards me, but you've been very adamant about wanting to show how much you hate what I have to say around these parts. So come on up and speak your mind, and then, or forever hold your peace. Besides that, all I wanted to add to all of this is that, again, when people start to do a little bit of research into David Ewing Jr. and what he had to share over at Raphael's channel, at, like 26s, um, so what Raphael and David Ewing Jr. has been basically talking about is the formation of an alternative history that goes against the common narrative of the history that's been presented to us. And you can believe whatever you want, of course, but I am diving into this rabbit hole of, the Jesuits and the Vatican and all their dealings. And I'm not against Christianity, as some people like to paint me as. I actually have a lot of respect for Christianity, just like I have a lot of respect for uh, the Islamic faith, Judaism, Hinduism, and Buddhism as well. I don't consider myself to belong to any one particular religion. I do believe in God. I believe in one God. But I don't like to put any kind of labels on it. I don't like to put labels on myself. And sometimes when I hear the word Christianity or Muslim, it seems like a little bit of a moot point, because then the question is like, what kind of Christian are you? What are your beliefs? And sometimes they are diametrically opposed to each other. And how many different faiths are there within Christianity? How many different scriptures are there within Christianity? So um, I like to deal with people individually, of course, and then just kind of try to see what they are about. And we can kind of glean a little bit based on what people have to say in the chats or online. And, if your religion, or whatever that which that you practice does not bring peace to you, is at the fault of the religion, or is at the fault of the practitioner? I tend to resonate with people who are not aggressive and are willing to be peaceful and trying to resolve things with each other. And I don't deal with aggression, especially online, very well, and nor do I appreciate it. And I nip that at the bud right from the beginning, whether it is in chat or it is up on the panel. I do bring some people up from time to time. Okay, well, he is here. Smith, what's up? How's it
What's up,
going with
man?
you? And go ahead. Do you want to cam up? so we can talk face to face?
No, I don't do cam up. I'm good. You already got my IP, but I'm good with that.
I don't have
Good.
your IP. I don't know your IP. I don't care to know
Oh.
about your IP.
Oh.
So what is your
Alright.
issue with me and what I have to do? And why do you think I'm gay? You keep on telling people that I'm gay.
I just, a lot of the community. So I don't see how people don't draw the parallels between Aleister Crowley's biggest disciple, Jack Parsons, who sang hymns to Pan, the god of pedo, while he launched his rockets. There's Crowley had a book, The 72 Angels of Magic. Islam has the 72 virgins. I don't know a grown man that wants a virgin besides one that worships Muhammad, who married a 6-year-old girl. How people don't draw those parallels is beyond me. It's beyond me. You were just talking about, what were you just talking? The Jesuits and whatnot. Do people not see who's the other? You look confused. People don't draw the parallels between Crow 777
just continue on.
and Crowley wrote a book 777. The Jews hated Jesus, and so does Islam. And how are people not drawing the parallels is beyond me. It's probably because I don't go on panel enough.
Okay. So it's beyond you. All right. So basically what you were saying before is that Crow 777 and Rose 777, and somehow they're related to Aleister Crowley and the 777, and then Aleister Crowley's 72 demons are somehow related to the 72 virgins. I don't even know how factual that is. And I don't believe in the 72 virgins myself. I don't care for that. I don't want 1 or 72 virgins when I go to heaven, or if I ever go to heaven. That's not up to me. That's up to God.
No, I'm just saying that's their
myself,
religion, and it's disgusting. But everybody wants to go out bad mouthing Christianity, and it's like Islam just gets a free pass. Hey, did you hear last week about those Christian suicide bombers? Oh, that's right. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. You hear where those Christians burn up that mosque? Oh, yeah, that never happens. It's the other way around.
So, okay, Smith, when I'm speaking, please refrain from speaking. Okay, so I will give you the same respect. That's all. That's all I'm asking for. And you're willing, I'm giving you space to spurg off. I know what your MO is about, and I know you don't like me. Whatever, that's fine, no problem. So I'm just giving you an opportunity to let out some steam here, if you're more than willing to, I don't know, tangle with me. But as far as Christians are concerned, again, like, I don't have any problems with Christians. I don't have any, but you cannot equate all Islamic people are like this just because you have some people, because there are some people who label themselves as Christians have done bad things too.
Oh, I agree.
Do you not agree with that?
I agree. And I've never gone out saying that I dislike Muslims. It's their ideology that's disgusting.
I never said that you dislike Muslims, did I? Have I said that to you?
No, you haven't.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out there.
So
I didn't say that you said that.
Okay.
I'm just
all right. Just making it clear.
My thing here with my research, it has nothing to do with I'm against Muslims. It's Islam is disgusting. Now read Quran 9:5 at the end of the holy months. Kill the infidels. The infidels are the ones who don't believe in Allah.
Okay.
Oh, you're giving me the same respect I was speaking there. The end of the holy months this year is the eclipse, because Islam is not the crescent moon. It's the eclipse. They want to hide the son of God.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay, Quran, what was it? 91? Kill the infidels?
Quran 9:5. At the end of the holy months, kill the infidels. Meaning the Christians, meaning the non-believers in Allah. There's 99 names of Allah, and the eclipse is on the 99th day.
Okay, do you know what verse, or do I need to find it?
Quran 9:5. 9:5.
9:5 what? There's just the whole thing?
Just type in Quran chapter 9 verse 5. It's not from any of the hadiths, which a lot of people like to say, well, I don't worship under those. I don't worship. No, that's literally people that they worship Muhammad, but that's neither here nor there. So
Okay. Well, I don't believe in the hadiths. I've spoken about it ad nauseum here. The hadiths are programming from the elites to the Islamic faith to divide and conquer them. But let me share the screen. Can you see this? Can you share the screen?
I can.
Can you see it?
I can't. Kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Okay, so I'm on Quran.com. Quran.com 95 at 10 95. This is the one you're talking about, correct?
Yeah.
Yes or
Now
no?
it's no, it's not of the fig and the olive of Jerusalem. It's Quran 9:5. But once the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists wherever you find them,
Okay,
capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them in every way. But if they repent,
okay,
perform prayers,
Quran
and pay
chapter
alms,
9. Okay,
verse
wait, wait,
5.
wait. Just wait. Okay. So we are chapter 9, verse 5. Chapter 9, verse 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let me read it. But once the sacred months have passed, kill the polytheists who violated their treaties wherever you find them. Capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them on every way. But if they repent, perform prayers, and pay alms tax, then set them free. Indeed, Allah is all forgiving, most merciful. And I'm going to read the verse before and after just to put things in context. As for the polytheists who have honored every term of their treaty with you and have not supported an enemy against you, honor your treaty with them until the end of its term. Surely Allah loves those who are mindful of Him. And then
Now
the
let me interrupt.
29 6.
The end of that
One
term
second,
is
1 second. Let me just finish. Well, let me finish. And if anyone from the polytheists asks for your protection, O Prophet, grant it to them so they may hear the word of Allah. Then escort them to a place of safety, for they are a people who have no knowledge. Okay, continue.
we could go through the entire chapter, but as you said in 9:4, until the end of that term, that end of the term is the end of the holy months, which is on the eclipse. It's also Buddha's birthday. Satan thinks he's the most high. Buddha is from Nepal, the most high place. That's so confusing.
Okay. Anything else, sir, that you wanna share
What's the
with
receipt
us?
list, though? I'm seeing here in the chat.
I don't know. It doesn't matter, but I
I
do
don't do
want to kind of
I
wrap it
don't do
up, and I'm
receipts.
just giving you a
I don't do
I am
receipts.
giving you an opportunity.
Go ahead. Sure, you had something more important there. What you're trying to
No,
do
like
is
you
refute
like
what I'm saying, that there's no Christian bombers, that people give Islam a free pass. Islam is
okay.
disgusting.
Okay, that's your opinion, and great. Stick with it.
So if you look at
Christianity is the best and the greatest,
if
and
you look at
Islam is scum and horrible. Great.
so how
Thank
many
you very much for
Christianity
sharing
shows
that.
have you
Anything
done?
else?
I've seen you've done
Huh?
I've seen you've done a couple Islam shows. How many Christianity shows have you done? Zero.
Actually, I have. I've spoken with the Christian Mandela effect. I don't know if you're Mandela effective or not, but he was a former pastor of Christianity. If you go into I've had people who are identifying themselves as Christians on my show, but that's my business. You know,
Well,
how many
you're asking why I
Jewish people
dislike
had
you.
on?
You're asking why I dislike you. You like to put out bad faith things about Christianity. I think it's in bad faith.
Okay.
I do
If
all
that's what you believe,
religions.
then that's great. That's fine. And what do you? So why? So I guess don't watch my channel. Don't come to
Oh,
my channel.
I
Don't
don't
be in
ever
the
watch
chats.
your channel. I
Well,
actually
maybe
have a brain
that's
that I can think by myself, so I don't ever watch your channel. It's just all indoctrination. What is it? 4 o'clock in the morning there?
it is
Yeah.
nearly yes.
Yeah, you look exhausted.
3:13 actually 3:13 in the morning. So yeah, that's part of the reason why I want to wrap it up. Anything else that you want to share about
No,
like what kind of a horrible person I am and
I just think you're
why
fake.
Christianity is so great?
I think you're fake.
Whatever. Go ahead.
No, that's it. I just think you're fake. I'm not a hateful person. I just think you're fake.
Okay, I'm a fake person, and you don't think I live in the Himalayas. You don't think I'm in India. Where do you think I am, actually? Do you think I'm in the States
I could
somewhere?
care. I
Where do you
could care
think I
less.
am?
I could care less.
Okay,
I mean, it's got to
okay.
make you question that there was 80,000 IRS agents, and they're online. They're online using our IRS dollars against us, pushing all this fucking false
So you
light,
think I'm an
false age of
IRS
enlightenment.
agent?
No, not
You think
necessarily
I'm an
IRS
IRS
agent.
agent?
Well, it's in quotations. If you could see IRS agents, they were talking about hiring 80,000. They did, and they're online, and they're spending our tax dollars against us. That's how they're IRS agents.
Okay. So I could potentially be an IRS agent, and I am not. I am putting Christianity down and promoting Islam.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
what else? You think I'm gay, I suppose. So what else?
Well, most people in the government are.
Okay.
That's not even
Is that it?
debatable. That's not even debatable. Well, yeah, I was trying to say before you cut into me there earlier. Luke 10:18 in the Bible, I beheld Satan as Barack Bama in the Hebrew. And then if you spell his name backwards, you get the agenda. It's Q and Arab. You have a very small mind. You're confused really easily.
My mind is very small compared to yours. Absolutely. I mean, you're a genius. I'm an ant, and I'm happy to admit that.
Well, I just think you're a philosophy grifter, like most people on here.
You're absolutely right.
I'm not
Philosophy
impressed by
grifter.
large vocabularies or long hair. Not at all.
No, you shouldn't be. You're beyond that. You can see right through
Thank
me.
you.
I'm an idiot. My hair is
I
probably
didn't say
fake
you're an
anyways,
idiot.
actually.
I didn't say you're an idiot. I
It's
said
not even
I
real
think you're
hair.
a
I'm
philosophical
balding
grifter.
underneath, and
I
I
think it's
have
a
to put on fake
philosophical
hair
grifter.
to
And Second Colossians 8 through 10 tells us to pay no mind to the ideas and philosophies of men. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. You know what philosophy is? It's nothing. It changes daily. It's bullshit. So,
Okay. Thank you very much for your input.
yeah, no problem. I'll see you around the streets. I'll call out your
Okay.
fallacies all the time. I'm not a hateful person,
As
though.
as you should.
Yeah.
Please
Oh, one
do
more
so.
thing. So we have Jack Parsons used to sing hymns to Pan as he would launch off his rockets, and then his other business partner was Werner von Braun, the ex-Nazi rocket scientist, who then went to work for Disney, and we know what Disney does with little kids. And who did Muhammad marry? A 6-year-old girl? They call it a pandemic because Pan's the god of child love. That's confusing. I can't draw those parallels. 72 virgins, their prophet marries a 6-year-old girl. It's a pandemic. Pan's the god of child love. Now cover your face like Islam. How do people not get that? And now we need to go green. That's their new agenda. And whose color's green? Islam. I beheld the rider of the pale horse, which is chloros, which translates to green, holding the scales. The scales of justice, but there's no justice. There's just ice. That's why the scales of justice are blind. It's funky cold Medina. I just keep wondering. I'm not pushing fear porn. I'm not saying anything's happening on the 8th. I'm saying it's a sign. I think 2 + 2 = 5, meaning next year. But I do keep seeing all over the internet that the sun's going to rise in the west on the eclipse. Not meaning that it's physically going to rise in the west. It's a phrase of Islam. You'd have to look into it. You're a big researcher.
Okay,
look
I
into
appreciate it.
All
Okay,
right.
thank you, Smith, and
still gay.
you take care now. We have another individual, Station 33. Tommy, if you want to come up and say your piece, I'll open up shop for a little bit longer so that you can yell at me as you usually like to do. And otherwise, I'm gonna probably call it a day. So, if you want to come up, go ahead and click that StreamYard button, and then you're more than welcome to speak your mind. And you're also on the same page about how gay I am, though, too, being a Gaysian. Actually, I think that's a quite funny statement. Gaysian is it's pretty catchy, right? Tommy, not going to come up. Then I'm going to call it a night. So we'll take down the StreamYard. We'll remove that. And then again, thank you everybody for being here. And I appreciate your time. And what else? Let's see. Yes, okay, no problem. It's the old Asian woman that have yelled at me, but I won't hold you up. I know the struggle of closing a stream. Okay, well, you're very thoughtful today, and I appreciate that, Tommy. Um, yeah, so with that again, I'm gonna just share conspiracy music guru.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
man with the suits and the tie looks me dead in the eye, and he lies. Yeah, he lies. Then the woman with the makeup and the blouse beams right into my house, and she lies. Yeah, she lies. The man wants me to be scared. The man making me see red, 'cause I know that he lies. Yeah, he lies. Then the woman with the beautiful eyes is no longer beautiful, because I realize that she lies. Yeah, she lies. Well, you ain't welcome round here no more. Been down this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through the so many lies you always tell. From the north to the east, to the west to the south, you cover much ground with your filthy mouth and your lies. Yeah, your lies. You lie so much you believe yourself. The day you tell the truth will be a cold day in hell. I despise all those lies. Well, you ain't welcome round here no more. Been down this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through the so many lies you always tell. Well, we the people see what you do with your plastic smiles and your auto cues and those lies. Yeah, those lies. How much longer can you hide the truth? When this lion wakes, it's gonna eat you and your lies. Yeah, your lies. Well, you ain't welcome round here no more. Been down this road too many times before. This the last time you ever cast your spell. You fooled me once, so shame on you. Won't fool me twice, 'cause I see right through the so many lies you always tell. The man with the suit and the tie looks me right dead in the eye, and he lies. Yeah, he lies.